Thank you. The first frame, Shaun Murphy to break.
Not worth attempting that red because the black was protected by another red. Shaun Murphy, champion here in 2005 as a 150-to-1 qualifier. And Stephen Hendry, 7 times world champion in the 90s. Gave it plenty of thought which red to play safe off, and chose a safety which was opening the reds. Shaun Murphy's preparation for this championship wasn't ideal. He had a fortnight of sore throat, headache, sickness. Only got off the sofa to do a couple of hours practice each day. Couldn't see a really good safety, so attempted the long red, and because it was just off straight and he got very near the pot, the cue ball still came back towards the ball cushion.
One.
Could have done with a better kiss. But because it was a thin pot, there was a lot of speed on the cue ball, so he couldn't control position precisely.
Hendry won.
Well, that was an opportunity to gain the upper hand. Should have got the snooker there and be disappointed. He's let Shaun hit the reds.
Looks a bit easier on Hawkeye than it does to Murphy, I have to say, because the red nearest the pocket is a good 9 inches from it.
Wow. Stephen Hendry 4.
not so much bothered about the in-off, but by the fact that the red he played has cannoned another one down and left an easy starter for Hendry.
He was asking a lot there, Shaun Murphy, playing that red, just off straight. If it doesn't go in off, the cue board had definitely stayed at this end of the table. Probably left him a good few reds. Now this is the big question that everybody's been asking since Stephen's marvellous victory against Ding Junhui. Can he sustain that high level of play?
Hendry didn't get carried away after beating Ding. He was pleased, of course, but he said, I'm in the quarterfinals, but that's not even halfway yet. Halfway to the title, that is.
What?
Hendry's pot success rate for the tournament, 90%.
$13.
90% good, but not marvellous. Long pots, he's potted just over half that he's attempted. Safety success, 82% of the time. His opponent hasn't potted a ball from a Hendry safety.
21.
Total points for the tournament so far, more or less the same, but it's frames that count.
28.
A black ball win, just as good as a century break in that respect.
29.
Meanwhile, Stephen going along nicely. He had those reds just around the black spot area. Now he's got to manoeuvre the cue ball a little bit further up the table. Have a choice of reds there. He's got the one just above the pink to the left middle. He may have been thinking about one to the left corner, but he could pot that one, but wouldn't be straightforward positional play.
37.
Yes, he played exceptional in that match against Ding Junhui. And everybody's saying, well, can he keep it going? Well, there's nothing like an opening frame with a sizable break to boost your confidence. Obviously disappointed that he finished on the wrong side of the blue, and he's not really recovered the situation. The red to the left corner,
42.
I think the blue may be in the way. And it is. So the next red, and you know he's going to play the pot on one of them, isn't that straightforward?
Didn't threaten the pocket.
Hendry, 42.
But by taking the cue ball low, did at least make sure that he didn't leave an easy starter if he happened to miss the pot. giving rival safeties plenty of study.
Yes, the 4 reds in the middle of the table, Stephen can get through to those, but I think he wants to try and keep them closed up. If he plays this red he's looking at now, he's got to avoid a kiss on the pink, and he's going to have to hit that red pretty full, so he's not certain where the red's going to finish. The obvious one is the one on the right-hand side of the table, to play that thin with a little bit of left-hand side, but he's going for this one. He's got to be pretty accurate with his safety. Now, kiss the pink straight away. It could have been worse, I suppose.
Well, Hendry was very keen not to move the 2 safest reds, but he hit the shot so badly he did move one of them, and Murphy's taking this one on from its new position.
One.
Shaun Murphy struggled a little bit in his first match against Andrew
6.
Higginson, and then in his second match, it was one of those strange matches. We always say, well, there's plenty of frames and 3 sessions, but against Marco Fu, he won that first session 7-1, and then Marco never appeared after that, so it was a stroll in the park really for Shaun.
Yes, 13-3 with a session to spare. He won that one. A result which couldn't have been predicted from their titanic struggle in the UK Championship final,
12.
which Murphy won 10-9.
Of the 4 reds in the middle of the table, the one nearest to black will go to the left corner, so he doesn't have to play any cannons just yet. There you see it. Now just have a look at that little cluster. Maybe when he leaves the 3 reds there, maybe the left-hand one will go to the left middle. If you can get on a red without playing a cannon, it cuts out a little bit of the risk.
Well, red definitely goes to left middle. He went round the table to see if it went to right corner. Well, Cannon
28.
the other reds into better positions as he takes this one on.
So that poor safety shot from Stephen Hendry has given Shaun Murphy a good chance here. That takes him 11 points behind. Quick glance at the scoreboard. He can win this without
36.
the pink.
$37.
He's had a look at the red near the left-hand cushion to see if have another look, see if there's a way you can get on it and be able to pot it. I think it's one of those you'd have to be very close to it and right behind it. So it's imperative off this red he gets a good angle on the colour.
45.
So he's had a look to see whether it's in a possible position. Another look. As I say, needs to be close to red to be able to drop it in dead weight. Well, he's overrun that slightly. They always look easy, these, on your
52.
screen, but it's quite an acute angle. Just got to really drop it in and let gravity take over.
$33.
Rolled it onto the rounded lip of the pocket.
$58.
Onto the lip and drops.
Yes, and as I said earlier, he doesn't need the pink. Yellow, green and brown will be enough.
60.
This shows you Stephen Hendry chose a difficult safety shot because he didn't want to necessarily disturb the reds in the middle of the table. He hit it so badly. And that mistake, if Shaun can get from green to brown, looks to have cost him this first frame.
$63.
Only the brown needed, so he doesn't have to worry about position.
$67.
Fair play to Shaun Murphy though, he's taking these very well. Looks to be cueing very nicely.
Hendry went into the lead with a 42 break, ran out of position, later mishit a safety very badly.
78 and the frame.
And from that, Shaun Murphy has cleared to the pink with 78 to lead by a frame to nil. In the first part of the season, Shaun Murphy didn't win a match until he won the UK Championship just before Christmas. He's been fairly consistent subsequently without winning anything. Reached the quarterfinals of the last two ranking events, the Welsh Open and the China Open, protecting his number 3 world ranking. Third officially and provisionally third for when the ranking list receives its annual revision after the championship.
think he caught the red as he wanted to, but just overhit it slightly. Sometimes we say, oh, he's hit it too thick, too thin, depending where the cue ball finishes, but looks a reasonable line, that. Just overhit it. And overhitting it, he's left a chance of a pot here for Shaun. Which he's missed. So the first chance in this frame falls to Stephen Hendry. Had first chance in the last frame. That resulted in a 42 break, which turned out to not be enough.
One.
When Shaun Murphy missed his long pot, the red knocked the black up the side cushion, so he's not got that to play with. So you could see Stephen, a very attacking player, play the cannon here from blue into the pink full ball to open the reds, bring the pink into play. And no one does it better.
Six.
It's easy to cannon the bunch like that, but you need precision to cannon the pink full ball and keep the cue ball in the middle of the table.
7.
Decided to play for the pink. I'm not certain if the pink spot is going to be available. Bit of a sounded a bit clonky, that contact, didn't it?
13.
In an ideal world, he'd love to have run through another couple of inches. He was playing for a red to the left corner. He's still got the one to the right corner. And the pink, not that freely available. So he'll go up for the blue with either red.
$14.
Not bad.
$19.
Yeah, this wasn't a red he was playing for, but he's looked at it. And he just has to stretch it. I wouldn't like to play this with that red with the rest. They're so close together, you'd be frightened of playing the push shot. He was thinking it might be a red that he could just dab in and be on the pink, but thought better of it.
$20.
This is where you've just got to keep nice position. You get good angle on the colour to get you on the next red, good angle on the red to get you on the colour. But it's not a straightforward situation.
But he is creating more space around the pink spot.
26.
Pink now goes into 3 of the 4 main pockets.
27.
And indeed, as we briefly saw, it now goes into all 4.
$33.
Hendry, not slow, but early in the match, very considered.
34.
24 seconds a shot. Usually a couple of seconds quicker, but that's of no account.
$40. 41.
In the last frame, he got in with a break of 42. Just lost position. A tricky red caught him out. But this is a nice situation. He's still got plenty of loose reds and enough in possible positions without having to disturb anything to win the frame now. And that's what he'll be expecting to do. Be very disappointed if he doesn't.
47. $48.
Over the last few seasons, Hendry has often
54.
failed by means of a very unexpected error, an unforced error, we might say, when apparently going well,
55.
a failing which he has attributed to chaos in his head, nothing technical. But at the Crucible this year, he seems to have regained his old tunnel vision.
61.
Yes, and just this red and another pink would put him in the snooker's required stage.
62.
And he's taken them really well. So that puts him 68 points in front, with just 67 remaining.
68.
And on a red to the left middle.
$69.
Never looked in any problem really. There you see it. Two blues. And here's another pink coming up. 9 pinks.
75. 76.
Very noticeable that Hendry took as much care with that pink
82.
as if it was frame ball. He got up from the shot.
83.
Yeah, there was a couple of frames against Ding Junhui when he got well past the winning line on a break of 8. He'd run out of position and was really upset, you know. He was really upset. So he's in a mood and a style of play where he really feels he can pot every ball on the table given a chance. I'm annoyed if he doesn't.
89. $90.
The cannon on the red leaves him unable to pot his intended next ball, which was the pink. It doesn't matter if he misses the black, but if he knocks it in, he'll surely make a century.
Seven. $98.
Hendry's 119th century at the Crucible alone.
103.
A lot of good players
105.
don't make as many in their entire career.
$108.
The record number of centuries for the tournament is surely going to be smashed to smithereens. This is the
112.
54th here this year, chasing a record of 68. And we're only in the quarterfinals, first day.
Yes, and the question
170.
was, could Stephen Hendry reproduce his form from his last match? I think the answer's yes.
117 and frame. Stephen Hendry.
So that was Stephen Hendry, 90s vintage, a break of 117. He levels at 1-all. I think in terms of public emotion, the tide will be running for Hendry. A great former champion. Can he regain the title that he last won 10 years ago here? What a story that would be.
Yes, they've been waiting to write it, haven't they? Hendry the 8th. Oh, well, superb opening red from Stephen. And on the black.
You've only got to look at his eyes to know that he's in the zone. And his potting is showing he's also in the groove.
Nine.
Terry Camilleri is the referee, cleaning the cue ball.
$16. $17.
Wanted to pot that on the straight side as he did to get his intended angle on the black. Had he potted it to the heart of the pocket, he would have been straighter.
$24. $25.
Angle on the black, but I don't know about going in the cluster. There's a loose red on the in the middle of the table. Well, he looks like he's playing the cannon. Well, it's his
Stephen
decision,
Hendry,
and we
25.
don't doubt his decision making when he's making breaks. He's the best break builder that's ever played the game. Just wide, and now he's got the cannon. He's opened the balls up for his opponent.
That's the first ball he's missed that he should have potted.
One.
In the last frame, Stephen Hendry managed a century break without the use of the black. And the black out of commission once again, so let's see what Shaun Murphy makes of this opportunity. Although that, almost immediately,
6.
has gone awkward.
Pushing the pink to a position that it's only possible to one pocket. And also leaving
7.
a cut on that red from which he couldn't avoid cannoning the black. As it's happened though, that unavoidable cannon may work out in his favour.
14.
If he knocks this middle distance red in, this could be a substantial break.
$15.
Yes, I was contemplating how you win the frame with the black out of commission, but sometimes a frame can turn in just a blink of an eye, and that's what's happened. Now he's got the black on the spot,
22.
and he's just 3 points behind his favourite for the frame.
23. $26. $27. $34. 35.
Just gone a little awkward.
42.
Not plain sailing, but he's just overrun it, hampered by this red. Makes this pot missable. Always missable then when you're striking down like
Shaun
that.
Murphy, 42.
Just overrun the cue ball by a fraction.
Well wide. It might have been a kick as well, but that didn't affect the direction of the red.
Well, this is an interesting frame now. Both players have had an opportunity. Funny enough, Shaun Murphy there made a 42 break, and Stephen made one in the first and lost the frame. Didn't want to take a chance playing for pink or black. Up for the blue, but just overrun it slightly. A little bit thinner on the blue than he would have liked.
He's just examined whether the red next to the pink goes to the left corner. That could enter his calculations. But he played for the one nearest the pink spot.
Yes, he still needs to do a little bit with the cue ball. You got a choice. Do you play for black or do you play for pink or black?
Six.
Struggled in on the black, but that was a struggler.
Probably the reason, or one of the reasons why so many balls are sliding in off the jaws, is that the cloth has been changed every 2 days. So the newer the cloth, the more likely the cue ball is likely to slide in. Another wriggler. Tried to develop that red.
Probably play the
21.
double here on this red now into the right middle. Beyond the black. At least if they don't go in, you don't know where they're going to finish. It's not gone in.
Stephen Hendry, 21.
But not left anything particularly easy, which is obviously what he thought. But had a few pots there that just struggled in the pocket, so never really had perfect control on the colours.
And Hendry, who's described himself as the world's worst doubler, which can't be true, but I know why he said it, missed the rescue shot.
Yeah, well, there was an example. He didn't get near the jaws in the middle pocket with that attempted double.
So the third frame comes down to a fight on the last couple of reds and colours. In his prime, Hendry certainly wasn't as strong in this sort of tactical finish as he was in a potting and break building sort of game. If he had been, well, how many titles would he have won then? But he has improved that aspect of his game in the last few seasons, even if his potting and break building has gone off a bit. Excellent long pot from Murphy.
1.
But not ideal on the black, considering the position of the last red.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Not easy, made it more difficult trying to force it a little bit nearer the red at least, but has had a fortunate outcome.
Yeah, as you say, it was a good pot on the red, and a little unfortunate it come that close to the cushion. But if it was unfortunate there, he's been very fortunate here. Now, it's the old problem here. It's not hitting the red. Can Stephen get it safe? He's coming over the pocket, or is it going in the pocket? Over. And that's the problem. No problem hitting it. Little unlucky to leave it in such an easy potable position. Even though there's a bit of distance between cue ball and object ball, you wouldn't expect Shaun Murphy to miss this red. 3 points behind. So he's looking for a colour.
1.
And, well, if it's the pink, he's not got the right angle to get good position on the yellow without doing a lot of work with the cue ball, but he's got such a lot of cue power as Shaun. Oh, well, if you're going to hit it that hard, you better make certain you're accurate with the pot. So here's another chance for Stephen. Just the pace, as you saw. It was on the way down. I thought, oh, it's a bit hard. Up to and including the blue required.
2.
So it looks very much as if Murphy's attempt to get yellow ball position with that power positional shot off the pink has handed the frame to Hendry.
$14.
Murphy missed the pink from the last red, forcing for position. Hendry cleared yellow to pink to lead by 2 frames to 1. Murphy's glad that he's covered the red nearest the left corner.
Just looking there, Richie Evans. I first met that man when I played in the youth championships at Burroughs and Watts Hall, Soho Square. Used to play in the Herbert Holt Snooker Centre on Windmill Street, opposite the old Windmill Theatre. He used to give me a bet sometimes. I used to run around the corner and put it on for him. But that is a man who loves his snooker, and he makes the pilgrimage every year, based in Coventry, and that's one of our what we call soul to the earth supporters.
Couldn't agree more. I know him well. The easy red was covered. That was far more difficult.
1.
Couldn't avoid the cannon, but he has dropped on pink to middle.
Yes, I mean, when you saw the cue ball careering into the other balls, it was risky. He's missed the pink.
Stephen Hendry 1.
So that good red could cost him a few points.
We assume such a high standard from these great players, but that pink would have been an awful lot easier from 6 inches nearer.
I don't think there's a shot on a snooker table, Clive, that isn't easier when you can get your hand on the table. But after getting the red, we always say if you miss when you're in, you're asking for trouble. You might get a bit here. Because Shaun Murphy looks to be queuing well, as does Stephen. And when two players are playing very well, it's a lot of frames are decided on the person who makes the most mistakes. And that doesn't have to be many, just an odd one.
The worst sort of mistakes to make are those when you're in, because you're playing position for the next ball. Well, yes.
9.
A bit awkward, but not beyond him. Well, the question now is whether the red goes past the pink. He would have been aware
16.
before he played the shot that it did.
Now just a case of rolling this pink in. Can't get into the cluster, but there's the one loose red he can play for. He's just looking at having a look at the bunch of reds for after the next red in colour. Just wondering if there's a plant, or does he have to go into them? Well, as I say, it'll just be a case on this shot, just rolling the pink in and playing for the red in the opposite corner. And now if there isn't a plant in that main bunch, as our referee, Terry Camilleri, I'm sure Shaun allowed for that pink not going on the spot and being put there. I don't think that will interfere with the loose red. It doesn't. As close to his own spot as it can go, in a direct line with the middle of this top cushion, not touching
23.
any other ball. But now it is a case, well, I don't know. I'm just wondering whether Shaun could pop this, screw back and play the pink and then go into the reds. Looks like that's what's going to be his intention. I won't be having a close look now, Shaun. You should have had a close look before you potted the red. The question is, Clive, what is he on?
Well, red to middle just.
$31. $38. 39. $46. $47. $54. $55.
There is a red in the middle of the bunch, which will go.
There you see it. 59
60.
points to lead, 75 remaining. Once he pots a red, there'll only be 67 remaining, so he's looking for red colour red. Potting that red, he's opened
61.
up the other reds. I wouldn't say he's perfect on this black. He's got to avoid the red that's run through to the top cushion. Well,
Shaun
you can only
Murphy,
assume the
61.
way he's played it, there's a plant on. But it just made it that little bit awkward because that red on the top cushion, he's just trying to avoid the cannon on the red. That's not really an excuse for missing that black, though.
I think the significance of that pot may have caused him to miss it rather than its intrinsic difficulty.
One.
Nevertheless, Hendry grateful for the chance to clear up
8.
for a 3-1 lead.
Nine.
Yes, I'm certain he was sat in his seat, ready to go to the mid-session interval at 2 apiece a couple of shots ago. Can't believe he's got this opportunity. But it's not a great one, because you've got the red on the top cushion that is going to be a little bit tricky.
16.
And I'm not certain about the availability of the red near the baulk line. So it's certainly not a straightforward run to the line in this frame. He's going to play for the red on the top cushion now. Well, left himself the perfect angle to just roll this in as slow as he can
24.
and still get that cue ball up for the black. It looks perfect, but these pots are missable. Played it well. Played it well. Now he's having a look at the potting angle on the black. I'm not certain about the availability of this last red. Does it pass the brown? Well, it obviously does pass the brown, but he's just overrun that
32.
slightly. 28 points the difference, so any colour with this red, but anything but near the cushion. But he wouldn't have stopped him a few years ago, this Clive, would he? Excellent potter, no matter where the cue ball was.
Just that
Stephen
extra
Hendry, 32.
degree of difficulty, though, this time proved too much for him, or maybe a kick was also involved.
I think that's what Stephen said as soon as he hit it. Kick. And it did look as though the red went straight on rather than towards the pocket. But he's not left it, I suppose. This frame's still in the balance. And you just, even though Shaun Murphy's 28 ahead, with the colours on the spots, it's anybody's frame. Good shot from Shaun.
Murphy just needs to pop one further ball in this frame to equalise at 2-all. It looked like a good shot, but that thin cut looks as if it could turn into a frame winner.
Well, it was a good shot. He left a lot of distance between cue ball and object ball, left the cue ball near the cushion. Can't believe he went for it. But he fancied the pot more than the safety. What a frame this would be to pinch now. Not quite hard enough. He was hoping for the yellow into the far right corner. So Stephen's pot success has picked up a bit. Started in the tournament as 90%. It all depends now which way do you play the yellow. It's a tricky one. Left corner pocket. It's there, and he's played it well. Needs the 5 remaining colours to go to the mid-session interval, 3-1 in front.
Well,
Murphy was in on 61 but missed frame ball but one. And now it looks
16.
Following the frame turning away from Murphy with that mistake. Now it looks like 3-1 to Hendry.
$27. On the frame.
A thin red from distance and a clearance to win on the black gives Stephen Hendry a 3-1 lead at the mid-session interval.
Quietly as possible, please. Thank you.
Very high standard so far. Murphy has made the costliest error. Missed a black off its spot on 61 in the last frame before the intermission, which was frame ball at 1, and ended up losing the frame on the black.
Couple of reds on the left-hand side of the table, so he's got to hit this safety well. And settle for that outcome.
He'd rather see Murphy playing from the jaws of the baulk pocket than the baulk line.
A tough shot, and he hit it too thick, and he's left a pot on for Stephen. He's just had a look to see if the pink's available. The red on the extreme left as we look. If the pink is available, he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Certainly helps with the pot. Now, as he held the cue balls, he went too far. Looking at Stephen's body language, I think he's just done too far across for the pink to be available in the... He wanted to stop about there, and he just ran on that extra fraction.
Stephen Hendry, 1.
Much better safety shot that time from Shaun. Not certain. There's a cluster of 5 reds in the middle of the table. I'm not certain whether he can get the edge of those because of the green. I assume not, because he's looking to come off the side cushion and just drop on this red that's near the top cushion. Don't want the middle pockets in the way. That's the line. A little bit hard and wrong direction, and to hit it that hard, miscalled, won't be taken because the cue ball was bounced off the top cushion. Even if he hit the red, catching it that thin, he'd have left this red on. Overhit.
One.
Not the perfect start from his initial easy red, leaving himself the wrong side of the blue.
Six.
With extra length on his cue, he can reach this with a hand bridge.
Seven.
thinner on the blue than he would like.
Yes, and I think that's why he's considering playing a little cannon into the 5 reds. But of course, you play the cannon, it could go wrong. And hitting them like that, it's bound to. They still have a pot on. If you can drift back past the black, but just wanted to catch that a little bit fuller. Wanted to hold the white in the middle of the table, catching it a glancing blow. That's why he's in the jaws of this pocket, and no easy pot to go at.
Shaun Murphy, 12.
That was a good chance, but it went wrong from the simple opening shot. Getting just the wrong side of the blue. Never got perfect position after that.
Well, Hawkeye shows us that red that's possible to the right corner. Very risky. And if he's trying to get back to balk, he's got to catch this just right. Well, he's found a path back to balk. He's just over-hitting things at the moment, Stephen, for whatever reason. I'm sure the tables aren't quicker than they were on his last match, but maybe it's just that determined effort to make certain that even if you catch it a little bit thick, you're going to be back in the balk end. But basically what that means, if you leave your opponent with his hand on the table, you make it a lot easier for him to play a better safety. A couple of times Stephen Hendry had a look as well. The 2 reds at the top of the table, looking whether there's a plant to the left corner. I think you'd have to be, well, possibility of these to the right corner, but he's looking at the ones to the left corner. I'm not certain that's on. It's just going to the right jaw. Now, you can reverse these, but if you want the second red going to the left as we look, you need to hit the first red on the right. And from where the cue ball is, I don't see how he can do that. I'd be surprised if this plant was to go in. Okay, he can use it in such a way that he's getting the cue ball back to the balk end, but it's not the red I'd be choosing to play safe off. Another choice now. Decided, didn't fancy the safety, went for the pot.
12. Hendry, 4.
The pot was just off straight, but he hit it just off straight, the wrong side.
Stephen, of course, has yet to pick the cue ball up anywhere in the D. He can place it. He's having a look at that plant. I'm not certain it's on, to be honest with you. If you were right behind it, then you could hit the first red on, but you need to hit the first red on the right-hand side for me. If you hit it on the left-hand side, it'll push the second red to the right as we're looking. Well, he's going to take it on. It doesn't look on to me, but there is a path back to balk. Well, he just about made it. He just about made it.
1.
Could have had a kinder kiss on the blue. Went in quite comfortably. Good shot on the pink, using the rest.
Seven. Eight.
Seeing Hendry play so well and be so highly focused in this championship,
14.
it seems amazing that he hasn't won a title of any kind
15.
since February 2005.
Yes, I suppose that just tells you the quality of opposition today. You've got to be on your best game all the time. There's no easy matches anymore. And when you looked at the quarter-final lineup,
21.
you could have 4 selections and be wrong on every one. That's how tight it looks now in the latter stages of the World Championship.
$22.
And experience, I feel, this year, Clive, could play a big part. You know, previous winners like Stephen Hendry and John Higgins. And John Higgins shown that yesterday. That level of experience stood him in good stead when he really needed to produce. Stephen tried to manoeuvre the red next to the pink.
28.
And that was the only red he thought he could be on. Just wanted to catch it a little bit thicker and knock it towards the right middle. If he's taking it on, and you know with Stephen he is, this is a testy one. But a terrific pot. Played the cue ball in such a way that he wasn't going to leave the red to the left corner. And I suppose by doing that, has left this pink a little bit more difficult than he would have liked.
Not just a more difficult pot, but he was also running away from his next
35.
red.
$36.
On the pink once again, but still not obvious what the next red will be. He's looking to see if there's a possibility of getting on that red that's to the right of the black. He preferred that than the one that's tight on the top cushion. Well, he missed a pink in the last frame, in the opposite middle.
He did, but the one he's just missed was easier, at shorter range.
Yeah, but the same result, wasn't it? Just on the high side. And the ready that Stephen looked at, the one just to the right of the black, is the one that Shaun's going to play. Now, if the black goes, every reason to suspect him potting this red. Just play a little cannon on the red and the black. It's a little cannon I've got in mind. Well, he needed to catch the second red full in the face to be on the black. That's not worked out as planned.
Away to balk. probably behind brown and yellow.
Yes, the natural way to get behind the brown and yellow is to play the green half ball, but that would knock the green on the side cushion. And with a 24-point deficit, Shaun will be reluctant to knock any of the colours safe. He needs them in play.
Blue. Shaun Murphy 1.
That's a better shot than the one I thought of. Can't do much with the nearest red because of the proximity of the pink.
Now playing this red near the top cushion, you're almost playing the cut along the cushion, just a fraction thicker. Caught it a little bit too thick. Never easy then, because if you just catch him a little bit too thick, the red, because it's tight on the cushion, will immediately spring away with the cue ball. And this red is on, it will certainly pass the blue.
One. Six.
It appears that the three reds near the top cushion are all covering one another. I don't think either of them will pot. So he needs an angle on the colour here to try and disturb them. Well, not for the first time.
Shaun Murphy 6.
He's missed an unexpected shot.
Which won't be immediately costly, but of course had he potted it, he would have been on the pink and with a good chance of getting right back into this frame.
I suppose in a way every time you miss a pot you miss the chance of winning the frame. Such is the standard today. But there's some you can beat yourself up over and others that are difficult and not as costly. Excellent shot this. Just flicked the green. I think but for the flick on the green it could have been even better. Although try telling Stephen that, because he's got the problem of getting this safe. If he plays on the red that's in the middle of the table, which looks likely, he's got to catch it just right, otherwise a kiss on the pink could happen. He can get through to the red. He'd be a little bit concerned if he plays it thin on the left-hand side as we look, he'll be knocking it towards the right corner, but he can't play it any other way, because if he does, he'd be running into the black. Just putting a trace of right-hand side on there, you can see. Needs to avoid the pink. Well, in an effort to avoid the pink, it's a lot deeper, and I'll tell you what, he could not have played that much better. Another fraction, and he'd have had his opponent snookered. Be pleased with that one.
Murphy won't be quite so pleased to have cannoned the blue, but the top red, though potable, is a thin cut, so I can understand why Hendry is refusing it, because he would be cannoning another ball and be able to avoid that. Too dangerous to take on.
Yes, and a pretty good length. The only danger from Stephen Hendry's point of view, the only red that Shaun can hit. Well, I thought he could get enough to pot it, but he can't. Shaun Murphy's got a problem here. He can just about get through to this red on the right-hand side of the table, but he can't get to the potting angle. And there doesn't look to be a path back to baulk. And being 18 points in arrears, Shaun knows that one more mistake could be handing the frame to his opponent. He's got a problem here. At first, I thought he could see the red down the side and maybe he could pot his way out of trouble. That's not an option.
Well, a few minutes ago, Murphy had to think for a minute and a half because Hendry got him in so much trouble. He thought for over a minute this time.
A pretty good effort it was. He wanted to catch the red thin to try and get the cue ball back to baulk, but that pink acted as a wall and has put this frame now on a plate for Stephen. Needs 3 of these remaining 4 reds with colours to be past the winning line. As is usual with this, it's usually the first shot. If he can pot this red, get nice position, you fancy him doing it.
One.
Well, it's finished about as awkwardly as it could have done.
Yes, it has, and the most obvious red to play for, the one to the left of the black, is now not that easy to get on. On a good day, you catch the pink quarter ball and develop it. So the 2 choices here, green or brown. But he's got a bit of work to do with the cue ball.
Got into the cue ball just a shade too much, hence the cannon on the pink.
5. Six.
Good shot. He was out by the fact the angle he had. Just potting the red would put him on the black. He needs this black and another red and a colour. He's just got enough angle to play this. So Shaun Murphy could be dropping 3 frames behind here if Stephen can pot 3 more balls.
$13.
Red and a black to go 39 points in front with only 35 remaining.
14.
Formality now.
It was an excellent safety shot from Hendry, which set up this chance.
22.
And now that he's taken it, he's going to be 4-1 in front. Can't be behind after the first session of 3, of which this quarter-final consists.
29.
And obviously we'll be trying to build up
31.
a decent lead by lunchtime.
$34. 38. 43. 49. In the frame, Stephen Hendry.
A break of 49 on a highly focused Stephen Hendry. Takes him 4-1 ahead.
Well, it's not a bad break-off shot that from Stephen, and Shaun has had a look at the only red he can hit. The problem is that normally we think, right, well, a player can come off the side cushion and run into the side of the pack, but there's a loose red on the left-hand side. As you say, you can see that red, but no value in it, because if he rolled it in, the black's not available. So he's rolling in the side of these. He's just got to be careful. He doesn't judge it right. He could leave a red on here. But it's okay. And if it had been a touching ball, our referee would have called it. So it's obviously not touching.
Very thick on that safety. That's why Hendry is so near his first red.
One.
Played it nicely. Got a nice angle on the blue. Of course, Stephen, like all the top players, are always keen to get that black into play. Nice angle on the blue. Now I'll put a circle there. I think it's round about that circle. If you can get in that circle, there's a red just above the black that he can pot. Now it all depends whether the black is available into the same pocket. If it is, he may just try and play that precise positional shot to get on that red. Nearly a bullseye.
6.
But I think he has the angle on this red. Just about now, and as you see, the black does go. So just nudge into the red, just to the right of the black. And now he's got the black in play, he's got it on its spot, and it's available into at least one corner pocket. So now it's a reasonable chance. Ooh, that was a bit wide, but in it went. And
14.
this was set up just by one precise positional shot. And to be fair,
15.
you'd expect nothing less from Stephen Hendry.
Over the last few years, Hendry has had some very disappointing defeats,
22.
but he's never lost faith in his own ability.
23.
He's continued to practice hard. He's been irritated with being unable to bring his practice form into the arena. But in this championship, he has.
30. Okay. 31.
He's purposeful and he's predatory if he gets into a winning position.
Yes, he might have just slowed his game down a little
38.
bit, but I think that's just to... He keeps having to tell himself, concentrate. Don't miss an easy ball because you're not concentrating enough. I know that
31.
might seem a simple thing to say, how can you lose concentration, but when you've been doing it for so long, you have a tendency to take things for granted. And you can't do that at any ball game. Well, a little bit low on that. He probably didn't mind
46.
being low, but chance here in potting this red to run into the bunch of reds.
$47.
Well, he decided that that was not the right time to do it, but I can't see where the next red comes from now. Okay, there's one loose red that may be possible into the right middle, but nothing that straightforward. Just having a look at the cluster now with a little bit of purpose. What's he spotted? Now he's played for the red in the middle and played it nicely. He's probably looking to see whether the pink spot was available. Well, maybe if it isn't, is this red going to be on? Well, the referee has found a place, and that's what Stephen was looking at. He wasn't looking at plants. He was just looking when that pink was respotted. Would this red still be available? And it will be.
Pink as near as possible to the nearest red without actually touching it.
53.
Always a delicate moment for a referee.
So that was the red. Now he's got to go into them. Early on today he played one of these shots and missed the black and opened the reds. He can't afford to do that here. Could have worked out better.
61.
Cue ball tight on cushion. Awkward cut back to middle, his only option if he's going to play a pot.
Yes, he's got a 61-point lead. There's a red tight on the side cushion, as you say. Looks the time to call it a day and play safe, but you never know with Stephen.
Stephen Hendry, 61.
Took the risk. Thought he could make it into a frame-winning chance. What can Shaun Murphy do with this reply?
One.
Murphy needs to make his presence felt because he's lost the last 4 frames.
Well, he's thought about playing the brown and playing for the loose red. If he plays the green, he may decide to play the cannon on that bunch surrounding the pink. No, he's playing for the loose red. He's played it nicely. But he's still got the problem of those 4 reds that will be left in the middle of the table, tying one another up, and of course the red tight on the left-hand cushion. Big ask to win the frame.
Five.
Might not be on anything.
No, you're right, Clive. He's not. Wanted to catch that red just a little bit forward, and then he may have developed that red for one of the middle pockets. So playing safe off the awkward red. But couldn't play it in such a way he could get the red too far away from the cushion. And Stephen won't want to be playing safe off that red. He's happy where it is.
Hendry protecting a 49-point lead.
The way he played that, it's a little bit firmer than he needed to, but he was hoping the second red would bounce off the side cushion and come more into the middle of the table. It didn't, so this is possible. But missed, and it's going over the corner pocket. But the blue has come to the rescue.
Well, there are various possibilities here. Could play
Well, I'm certain he'll play one red onto the other, Clive. I mean, you wouldn't expect him not to pop the red over the corner. Not that it would be on a colour or not. Wow, would you believe it? Didn't look too difficult, did it? I mean, it's basically playing a pot and trying to get it in the jaws of the pocket would have been enough. He didn't get it anywhere near the jaws. Shaun looking at the scoreboard. He doesn't have to bother about what colours he plays for with the reds. 49 points behind. There's a possible 67 left on the table, so plenty of room for manoeuvre.
One.
And I would suggest that that is the perfect start. Absolutely inch perfect on the blue. If he'd have picked it up and put it there with his hand, he wouldn't have put it in a better place than this.
Six. Seven.
Not an absolute certainty, this black. Earlier this morning he missed one. It was easier than that.
14.
Now, you'd love to be on the angle on the black here to be able to nudge that red near the left-hand cushion. And that's exactly where he is. Pot the black, don't have to play it too hard, nudge that red. Worst way, he's going to have the red into the opposite middle.
He makes the cannon.
22.
The winning clearance is on.
23.
Unless he was to come up for the black, and there's no way he's going to do that.
28.
After this red and the colour, he'll need the 6 remaining colours.
29.
To steal a frame, and they're always good frames to win these. They make you feel good because halfway through it you didn't think you could win it. And from your opponent's point of view, well, can he get
34.
past the brown? Obviously he can. It'll be a good frame to win this, and it will hurt Stephen somewhat. I mean, it didn't look that difficult to knock that red in that was over the corner.
So it looks as if Hendry's opening 61 is likely to remain his only score of this frame.
It's imperative though that Shaun Murphy gets a good angle on the blue here, because that pink not being on its spot can be a little bit tricky.
43.
Played it nicely though, got the nice angle, but he needs to leave an angle on the pink. He can't afford to be straight on it. He's not going to be
14.
straight. Well, let me put it this way. It's missable and there's a little bit of pressure on it.
Shaun Murphy's 61 clearance enables him to snatch the frame on the black and break his 4-frame losing streak. He still trails though by 4 frames to 2.
1.
Excellent long red.
Yes, and that is the one thing that has been more noticeable than anything else. His long pot success has been really, really good. Well, there you go, 90%. It's not been that for a long time.
Awkward bridging, but he's only got to dab the red in.
9.
Would have been a different proposition if he had to struggle in any way for position.
$16. 17. 24.
'See, Stephen just had a look at the availability of the pink and where he would like to leave the cue ball on the black. To leave a nice angle.
25.
So I would suggest he's either play for the pink in the middle to try and nudge reds out. If he's played for the black, he's not left himself the best angle to go into the reds. But we'll leave it to the master break maker.
$32. 33.
It's a pretty tight bunch. Happy with the immediate result, though.
Well, there's one loose red he can play for. That's on the right-hand side of the table, but well, I think that's what he's going to play for. Well, he's not run far enough for the red on the right-hand side of the table, so I don't know whether this plans his second prize or he always had a mind for it. It can be made. There's enough gap between the two reds, and just drop it in. He'll be on the black. No. Oh, yes! Well, that looked wide.
$56.
7 reds, 7 blacks.
57.
I'm sure this time he'll have to go into them. Oh, he's having a look to see if there's another plant. Well, there is a plant there. Yes, it's definitely a plant. You'd rather play it than take a chance cannon into the bunch. Just run too far. I'm
64.
not happy. He can still make this into a 3-ball plant as long as the first one, the first red, hits the second red square on. The plant's still on. But he's got to hit the second red square on like he would like to normally hit it with his tip of the cue. They're so close, he's got to hit this just right. And he has done. And the black's still on.
55.
And so is the 147.
$72. $73.
It's £147,000 for a maximum, £10,000 for the highest break. Hendry has made 8 maximums in competition,
80.
but he hasn't come ideally on his next red.
No. He's on the red I think he played for, but just overdid it. But knowing Stephen Hendry as we do, I think he'll be going all out to try and stay on the black here. He already shares the high break with Ronnie O'Sullivan at 100 to 140. And it's there, and he's held for the black. So the maximum still on. A better shot to get on this
88.
red. And a nice angle on the black to stun off the top cushion for one of those 3 reds into the same pocket as the black. Won't get much better chance than this. It'd only
96.
be bettered if the pink was on its spot.
97. $104. $105.
A great champion in pursuit of another great moment. $112. $113.
A little bit lower on the black than he would have liked. I don't know if you can hold in the middle of the table, just avoid the blue, or depends how he sees it. He's missed the blue. The cue ball needs to slow up a touch. Just slow up a touch.
120. 122.
He's got the game, he's got the nerve, but the pink still looms up as a major obstacle.
Yes, I think if the pink was on the spot, we would consider this as done, but it's a bit tricky.
129.
He's got a nice angle on the blue, but it's all about trying to get on this pink at an angle to get on the black. The easier he can leave the pink, the better.
$134.
Well, he's on the pink, but he's not on the angle to get comfortably on the black. I assume it's going to be the right middle, but he's going to have to play it with pace and come in and out of balk. Good shot needed. Now, this cue ball, if it's going to run on hard and bounce, or stop there.
A marvellous champion, a marvellous moment, one of many in his marvellous career. Stephen Hendry's 9th maximum in competition earns him £157,000. And let's not forget, it also gives him a 5-2 lead. That's the final pot. It was onto the side jaw, but not far enough to miss it.
Well, he's left the arena just to calm himself and everybody else down in this Crucible Theatre. What a marvellous moment that was, Clyde. And as we said, the pink was always going to be the problem. If it had been on its spot, listen, the 147, the nerves are jangling. But what a shot he played on the pink. Marvellous.
Yes, yes. Well, everybody who's come to the Crucible will have something to remember for the rest of their lives. He had to play up and down. I thought for a moment that the cue ball was going to finish tight on the cushion, which would have been very awkward indeed. But it only left a slight cut back.
Yes, and of course, rolling it like that, he gave every chance for it to go in the pocket, and you can see that what it meant to Stephen Hendry. He's done everything in the game, but moments like that, magical moments, you're always going to savour.
Thank you. Thank you. The last frame for the session. Stephen Hendry to break.
What an adrenaline surge Hendry's maximum must have given him. Yes, enough to make anybody shake. But that's just joking. He knows, though, that he's got to apply himself to this frame. It'll count just as much as the one that he's just won with a maximum. Well, after all the excitement. Hendry's just got to settle down and play what I suppose we could call normal snooker.
Foul. Shaun Murphy 4.
Well, a little bit unlucky to go in the middle, but I suppose in a way better to go in the pocket than just catch the jaw and leave the cue ball at this end.
Foul.
Excellent safety.
Yes, and an attacking one, Clive. He hit the reds thick, and when you do that, you've got to get a good white.
This is a real poser for Murphy. He's got to forget about all the excitement. This is an important frame for him. Five-2 down. Doesn't want to leave Hendry right in here and go 6-2 down after their first session of 3. Well, that was terrific. Couldn't see a safety. Although, as it happens, the cue ball came through the reds. Went all out for the pot. And could have had a kinder kiss.
Brown. Shaun Murphy 1.
It's amazing seeing Hendry play as he has this morning, particularly the maximum. It's amazing to think that he hasn't won one of the big 4 BBC tournaments this century. But the way he's playing, he sure is in with a chance of winning this one. Almost gave Hendry a gift starter.
Yeah, it was fortunate there, Shaun. He misjudged the path of the red he played safe off, and as we can clearly see, lucky not to have left it. Didn't play that cue ball behind the green.
Foul.
That was misjudged.
Shaun Murphy 4.
Not the worst thing that could have happened, though. There's no easy red from the D.
Just a word on that last frame. Stephen Hendry, who holds most records in the modern game, there was one that he had been surpassed on, that was maximum breaks, Clive. Ronnie O'Sullivan had crept ahead, 9-8. Well, he's back level now with Ronnie O'Sullivan in the all-time list of maximums in match play.
Hendry's pot success rate 95%. Title winning form, but there's a long way to go. Long pot success, 9 out of every 10. Even more impressive.
Excellent safety. Yeah, and that long pot success is also, I think, being reflected in some of his long safety shots. Of course, you've got to be accurate, you've got to catch the red right, judge the pace of the cue ball, and that's give Shaun Murphy quite a bit to think about. There's a red there that's possible, but the black doesn't go. There's not much down the right-hand side of the table with the brown and blue in the way. And he knows that he can't afford to make a mistake. He wouldn't want to leave this first session 4 frames adrift.
Well, there must have been 5 or 6 safeties of Hendry's this morning, which have had Murphy pondering for a minute or more. This is one of them. You don't think of Hendry as a great safety player. In the 90s, he didn't really need to be because he scored so heavily, but he's certainly been very good in that department in this championship.
Well, is he trying to pot his way out of trouble? This is tough. Yes, that's what he tried to do, and he's left Stephen with a nice easy starter to the left corner.
Just the sort of shot that a player hates. Very difficult, maximum risk. No guarantee of being on a colour even if you get it. Oh! Well, the machine's broken down, but perhaps understandable after all the hullabaloo.
Well, Stephen won't understand it, Clive. What a chance he had there to finish this session with a 6-2 lead. You can only put that down to concentration, nothing else. Easy enough pot, didn't have to do a lot with the cue ball.
One. Five.
Well, I'm not quite certain which red he's on here. He's looked at one to the right middle. I can't believe that was the one he played for. So he's just not far enough down the table for his intended red. So it's a little bit more complicated now.
Six.
Recovered the situation. I don't know whether I should say nicely, because I'm not certain where this black goes when it's respotted. If it doesn't go on its own spot, there is the yellow spot available. I don't think it goes on there. Right, referee Terry Camilleri checking. Well, it does. My colleague
13.
Willie Thorne said my commentator's eye isn't as good as it used to be. I think he's right. Not often I'd say that about Willie.
Fourteen.
Part of the test which Murphy is now facing is that he lost the frame before last on the black with a 61 clearance stolen from him when he looked like winning it. Then
20.
he sat out a maximum. The whole match seemed to be revolving around Stephen Hendry. He's got to assert himself here to remind himself and everybody else it's also revolving around him.
21.
Yes, as we always say in these best of 25 matches, 3 sessions, 2 of 8 and 1 of 9. You can't win it in the first session, but you can go a long way to losing it. And this is an important frame, this for Shaun.
26.
Big difference, 2 frames or 4 frames behind. And that's
27.
why Stephen Hendry will be annoyed with himself. He'd be over the moon with a 147, but missed that easy opener to give him the chance of establishing a 4-frame advantage.
Yep. 32.
When I look at Hendry, I have a stray thought about Jack Nicklaus. Everybody thought he was finished, but after 6 years without a major, he won the US Masters at the age of 46.
33.
Stephen Hendry's been a long time without a title of any kind. Hasn't won one since February 2005. Working quite clearly a strong contender
38.
for the greatest title of them all here this year.
39. $44.
53 points the lead. He can do it with these 3 reds that are in the open. He doesn't have to bother about the red next to the black and the 3 tied up
45.
near the top cushion. He's overcooked that a little bit, but he's got such a lovely lazy cue action. Shaun, watch the way he gets the action on this. That's to force the angle there. So 60 in front.
51.
Red, pink, red. Maybe it's not that straightforward to get on the pink. So red. This red, if he doesn't get the pink, then he'd be looking for another red and a colour. So 2 reds, 2 colours. But it's all about this shot and whether he can get position off this red. He won't want to be doing any heroics like trying to bring the black into play. He's quite happy with the black being there. So going around the angles, he's got plenty of movement on that.
52.
And I think he's not too bad on the blue. A lot will depend on the potting angle of the blue. He was perfect on it. He was perfect on it. 66 ahead, 67 remaining. So
57.
just this red needed. Once he pots this red, there'll only be 59 remaining.
$58.
And he's taken his well, Clive. It's a good performance, this. He was up against it. The match, even though we're in the first session, was just beginning to slip away. Stevens let him off the hook, but he's taken these well.
So he's still well in contention. 2 sessions
60.
to go.
$65.
Meanwhile, this session has been simply superb. Highlighted by Hendry's
72.
maximum in the last frame,
73.
having earlier made a century. Very little missed.
Yeah, Shaun annoyed with himself there. He had all the room in the world to get right on the black to play the cannon. And he'd love to make a century. Doesn't want to just be a bit player in this match. But how can he develop the reds? By playing the pink into the far right corner, that's how.
And so a memorable session comes to an end. Stephen Hendry made his 9th maximum. That was a great moment. But Shaun Murphy won the last frame of the morning to reduce Hendry's lead at the first interval to 5-3.
A very good evening, Rishi, and a very good evening to everyone watching at home.
Thank you. Frame 9. Shaun Murphy to break.
So it's Shaun Murphy who gets the first frame of this second session underway. Wouldn't mind a little bit more of the same here, John.
Yes, it was fabulous this morning. A little bit of everything. 2 great clearances, one by Shaun, one by Stephen, and of course that magnificent 147 break. And there you see, Shaun Murphy highest break 78, Stephen Hendry, man, as good as you can get.
And this is how he started his maximum in the first session. Oh, that's not the best shot. He was hoping to leave things safe here, and straight away he's put Shaun Murphy in. He would have been on the black for the right corner, but he hit it much thinner than he intended.
One.
Look at that. Pot success rate, 94%. And He's got every chance here. All 8 players are in the quarter-final.
6.
It's hard to pick a winner this time, John, isn't it?
Certainly has been all the way through it. This is a good chance for Shaun this evening. Just get his hand on the table, knock a few balls in. 5 reds open before he has to start thinking about the pack.
7.
So it's a nice way to start the session off. Pink goes in a line directly behind its own spot, has to go closer to those reds. Terry Camilleri and line that up. It'll go as close as it can without touching.
And our referee, Terry Camilleri, refereeing his 2nd maximum. He did Ali Carter's here last year.
Hope he's not busy for one of my qualifiers, Dennis.
Yeah, you better get off and get on that practice table, JP.
13. Thanks.
Might just play for the blue here. Looks as if he's running through for the black, but it's a good angle to go into
14.
the reds from the blue. If he takes the black, he's going to have to cannon one of those reds out of the way. That's just either side of the pink. He's got to be pretty precise with this. Looks as if he's screwing back for the one near the cue ball, but he's getting one of the difficult ones out of the way.
21.
Fascination of snooker, watching the players break build. They've all got their own method. He's a little bit straight on the black, and he needs one of those reds to pot into the corner pocket. If not, he's going to have to leave it. Well, they don't, so there you see. This will open them up. Now this is the key shot. He'll screw back off the
29.
pink and reds, and if it all works out, it could pave the way to taking this opening frame. Look where he's striking the cue ball. Could have done with hitting it a little harder.
Yeah, it's always frightened with that shot that you slightly overscrew it and end up with the cue ball near the side cushion, so no surprise he aired on the side of caution. But these are tricky little blacks.
Yeah, because he's got to play a cannon on the reds to stop the white from going up past the blue spot. It's such a thin contact. Now, how far is that cue ball going to run? Just up past the blue, so medium length pot required.
37.
Not quite got the cue ball under complete control yet in this break, Shaun. He's one shot away from that.
He was saying in his interview before the match, it's one of his dreams come true to play Stephen Hendry here, who is known as King of the Crucible. He's been king here 7 times. And there's a couple of his fans. Well, they're wanting to see Hendry the 8th, and why not? The way he's playing. They've got their headsets on in the audience, a lot of the people. I thought they could have given us a little smile there. Had go on, yeah, hi.
44.
The only trouble is they've got to go out together everywhere, Dennis. Doesn't make any sense if they don't.
So just a little tricky spotting operation there, but pink is safely replaced, and this will open a few more reds up. I don't think he can avoid the cannon. Well, he did.
45.
Oh, that's a nice nudge.
What a dream that was. Did well to avoid the red. Just flicked the outside.
45.
But what a kiss that was. It looks pretty good. Might be a little bit thinner than we're seeing on our monitors, but surely you can pot this and just nudge a few reds out.
Yeah, you could do with hitting the red in front of the pink full ball here. Caught at half ball. Is he going to be okay? Not bad. The one to the left of the pink will go. And if he's straightish on it,
50.
this is the one he played to hit it full ball, but I think he can get through for the black here. Yeah, just a nice little stun shot. Well, he rolled it. He was able to hold it.
51.
So what a start. Stephen Hendry had a go at a long red, and this is the result. Mind you, he is a class act, isn't he, Shaun Murphy, John? He's a beautiful cueist.
58.
Yes, he certainly manoeuvres the cue ball around beautifully. A very old cue, Dennis. It's must be the best part of 100
59.
years old, that cue, and it's a lovely piece of timber. It's the ball with it so sweetly. Obviously, Shaun's a very good cueist as well, but I think it's an old Buddhas and Watts he's playing with, and it's a beautiful piece of wood.
Yeah, before I retired, which is 8 years ago, I practiced with Shaun.
66.
Went down and played with him for 3 days. And his tip, he used to play with a concertina tip, you know, the old spongy one. How he ever played with that, but he did change, and there's that cue action. It really is a lovely cue action.
$74.
Yes, beautifully delivered
75.
that cue. Little pause there at the back, making sure he gets his eyes onto the object ball. That's what you pause in your cue actions for. Watch this, he'll come back. A slight pause there and delivers the cue. And that's what the pause is for. Make sure that you transfer your eyes from the cue ball to the object
82.
ball.
$83.
And the way these are going, Dennis, this could be the 62nd century already in this year's championship. The boys are knocking them in for fun at the moment.
Yeah, the record is 68.
90.
Long red up past the yellow. Yeah, right in the center of the
91.
pocket.
And it'd be a very good idea for Shaun to concentrate hard and clear these up, Dennis, because Stephen Hendry's only had one shot this
96.
evening, and if you can keep him off the table by clearing these balls up, he might just be still a little bit cold if he gets a chance in the next frame.
97.
So he'll be doing his best to make a total clearance here.
Well done, Shaun Murphy. That's his 27th century at the Crucible.
104.
It's his 138th century of his career.
$105.
Watch out, there's a magician about. RMC introduces Shaun as the magician. Well, he's certainly making these balls disappear here this evening.
110.
and given Stephen Hendry something to think about. This is the sort of thing that Stephen Hendry has done many times to opponents. He just tried the long pot, missed it, and end of frame. So what a session we could have here this evening. Both players playing at the top of their form.
119.
He will get a terrific round of applause, and he's a very modest lad, Shaun. He will just nod his head to the crowd in the way the great Ray Reardon used to do when he would knock a century break in. He will just acknowledge the crowd for their applause here. You can't do better than that. A total clearance. A break of 137, and he closes the gap. He's just one behind, 5-4 to Stephen Hendry. So, what have we in store in this second frame as Stephen Hendry breaks off? It's only fractions when you're talking about the pockets. The templates, the wooden blocks that fit in the pockets are the perfect size, but they're changing the cushions and the cloths more often than they normally do, and the pockets tend to play a little bit easier with the brand new cloth. But as Terry Griffith said, these players are so good, they'll pot them on any table.
And what a stat that is. 137 now, highest break for Murphy, and a maximum break for Stephen Hendry. Pretty useful, that.
First chance for Stephen Hendry to knock in a long pot. These are not easy. Now that is vintage Stephen Hendry.
Well, considering he's been kept off the table since that very first attempt at a pot
6
in this openings frame, that was an absolute belter. And this is already a very good chance, Dennis, because he's going to dribble this one through, leave himself an angle on the black.
7.
Well, in fact, he's stunned that a little bit, which I'm surprised about, because I thought he'd play the half ball cannon into the back of the pack. He's got 2 reds one side and 1 on the other, but he's decided on playing it another way.
Yeah, I think he tried your shot and didn't quite get on the black as he intended, because knowing Stephen, he would have done that,
14.
John. He would have went straight into the bunch, and he had reds either side, as you say. And this hasn't finished perfect by any means. He may have to run away from the black here. Just depends on the cannon on the other red.
15.
Has he gone far enough? He doesn't want to be straight on the blue, or he's in trouble. Has he got a little bit of angle to work with? Let's have a look what Hawkeye can spot, and there's not much of an angle there, is there? Because the only pot he can leave is if he screws back about 6 inches, he may be able to pot the one to the left of the black. But he's running through. No, you could see him changing his cueing there from top to bottom. Tricky one, this.
20.
Well, he has an option here. He can either play on the loose red, or he can play the yellow and try and get the side of the pack and smash them up. So it's a choice.
That's the line he would take to do that. How's your luck? Not bad.
23.
Didn't quite get into them as he intended, but he's had a little bit of a result to leave the one there that's come up with the cue ball.
24.
Well, they're certainly back in a better position now. A couple of shots ago it looked like he'd lost the cue ball a little, but slowly but surely he's getting back into better position.
It's amazing how that shot can go wrong. It looked a straightforward little roll in, and sometimes it's difficult to judge. He thought he was going to miss the cannon
31.
there. Just watch the white 30. He thought, I'm going to slip past this red, and now it's the end of break.
Stephen Hendry, 31.
Well, 31 from Stephen, but I'm sure that Shaun Murphy will be delighted to be only 31 behind. The way the balls were looking there, he was thinking he may be a frame gone west. Unusual for Stephen to play a poor positional shot.
Yeah, he had a few choices there. He could have cannoned one of the reds, but he thought it was an automatic shot just to roll past, so it was a bit of a misjudgment. Where's this red going? It's a very thin snick needed. That's the shot where he cannoned. This is Hawkeye. He was hoping to just slip past the red and didn't work. He just nudged it.
He's a bit irritating, that Hawkeye, isn't he, Dennis? He's never played a bad shot yet.
The one thing he hasn't done, Hawkeye, he hasn't won 7 world titles. And he hasn't been around long enough.
Stephen Hendry, 1.
Decent length on the cue ball. Quite a clever little shot as well. He's got the left-hand side of the reds near the black there. They're all covered by the yellow, so they can't play off the front of the pack there. And the one on the side cushion on the right-hand side is very close. He's got to be careful he doesn't get a double kiss. So all in all, he's forcing Shaun Murphy into playing this red near the top left-hand pocket.
Oh, this is tough to hit that thin and get back up the table. It's costing them 4 points, but better doing that than hitting it too
Stephen
thick.
Hendry, 4.
Stephen's having a quick look, but there doesn't seem to be anything there, so he knows if Shaun catches this a bit on the thick side, he's going to go in the jaws of the pocket. He's allowed one more attempt at it, and if he misses it this time, he'll be warned. It would be the old 3 miss, and you lose the frame.
Absolutely fabulous. Couldn't ask for any better than that. It was beautifully cued.
Shaun Murphy just a couple of percent better than Stephen Hendry in the safety success department.
And the red on the right hand side is the one causing all the problems. I think Stephen can see the reds directly down the table, but it's that red on the right hand side is blocking the path back to Bork.
And he's got to make sure and miss the pink also if he plays it with side. Oh, that's a nice little flick off the yellow to keep him tight on the cushion. No problem for Shaun to play back down. There's nothing in the way here.
There's a nice target behind yellow and brown here. If Shaun can get the safety shot right, if he can get the cue ball up behind the yellow somewhere, could cause a problem.
Just acknowledged to Shaun there that he fluked that, but not only did he fluke it, he's cannoned the brown.
Well, it's not only the fluke and the cannon on the brown, it's the fact that he was going to be sticking the red in the jaws for Shaun Murphy as well, because he didn't intend to have that red going anywhere near that pocket.
Needs the blue to come to his rescue. It hasn't. He's played the
Stephen, hand
positional
on.
side of the shot perfectly, so hasn't taken advantage of that bit of good fortune.
Yes, I fancied him to pot that one. He's not quite settled down yet, Stephen, this evening. Earlier chance in this frame, he didn't really have the cue ball under maximum control.
Yeah, you see if the brown goes in, you would expect him to go on to take the frame the way the balls are situated. He's already 37 in front. That brown would have been 41.
At first glance you'd say pot the red, get on the black, but of course the black is going to go back on its spot and it's going to be tied up by the red just to the right of its spot there, so he doesn't really want to be playing on the black as yet. Well, he's decided he's going to do that, but of course the red that's near the spot is the one that's going to decide this frame probably, because at the moment where it is no good. He might decide to play a little cannon or move it out some way in a minute, because it's no good there.
Eight.
Well, I honestly don't know what he's played there. Very strange decision to take the black in the first place for me.
Nine.
He's got a bit straight on the blue. Clearly straight, but I think what his plan was, if he had had an angle on the blue, he could have played for the red, the circle there. If he had been able to get the white there, he could have played the red above the black, cannon the one away. Can't do that now. Oh, well, our pocket camera showed you the pink hitting the jaw of the pocket, and it looked as if it was going to stay there.
15.
It's a good job it's new cloth. Just slid in off the top bump, that one.
16.
I wonder, can he play on that red this time and then just flick to the right of the black? I think he can do that. Just screws the white Well, this red's available into the right corner, so he doesn't have to do that.
Yes, I think initially, Dennis, in the break he was looking to get the black out, but the way it's gone since then, the pink is just fine where it is, and he just plots his way round without even looking at the black for the next few shots. Turned out okay.
23.
Let's have a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, he's going to need that red that's to the right of the black. So he's going to have to get a cannon at some stage here on red or black.
29.
Now he's got a good chance here because he can play a little screw shot here, and if he overscrews one, he'll be on the other one perfectly to play that little cannon, Dennis. Always trying to give yourself options when you're making a break. He screwed back there. He could actually play the other one if he wants to,
36.
but I'm sure it'll be the red that's closest to the pink first, and then he'll be looking to drop on ideal position off that.
So we've only got one more chance to get ideally on that red to play the little cannon onto the one to the right of the black. Let's see where he puts the cue ball. That looks about perfect. Doesn't want to nudge the red onto the cushion. He wants to cannon the red and keep it in play here.
43.
Yes, he doesn't want to play this too hard because he wants to make sure he leaves himself like that.
44.
Going down the right way to the table. If he hit that too hard, he'd left an angle on the black and he'd been taking the cue ball away from the red, so he just played that feather soft.
Feather soft, like that. Duck down.
Well,
clearly you see the problem with the yellow on the cushion. And that's the reason he's headed up
52.
the other end of the table to make sure that he can get a good angle on the yellow, because he has to get out onto the green. So anything but straight. And the yellow, well, normally you'd say it's not a gimme, but we'll see what happens shortly. Now, he may have left that a little straighter than he intended, and he's got a bit of a problem. He's looking at the scoreboard.
56.
The difference is only 19, so he needs yellow and green.
I think he can play a straight run through, Dennis, and leave the green in the other middle pocket. Looks like a decent enough angle. Just roll that in like that, leave the green in the middle. And this is basically, this will win the frame, this one.
A little bit of a body blow for Stephen Hendry. He missed that brown with a rest that would have given him the frame, you would have felt.
65.
But since then, this has been superb.
Yes, the brown that Stephen missed, the jaws come round, and Shaun may have been, at the start of this break, we were wondering why he tied the black up, but he manoeuvred round the balls lovely, ended up on the pink, and of course he's made a frame-winning contribution, so he knew what he was doing, didn't he?
$76.
Well, the high standard continues. He finished the first session with a break of 73. He's had a 137 and now that 83, and he's all square. It's 5 frames each. Oh, has he got away with it? That was a poor shot from Stephen Hendry, so he hasn't had a chance to get any rhythm going here in this second session. Mishit that safety by a long way, but it could have been worse. Just playing a thin cut off there and hit it far too thick. Now there is a gap around the reds here. If he cuts this in, he'll miss the black. Well, he did cannon straight into the black.
I don't think he had any choice at all, Dennis. I think where Stephen had left that, he was forced into taking it, and he knew full well he was going to get a cannon. Just had to trust to luck a little bit. It was a good pot, this. Plenty of pressure on that. So he's got the first part of it done. He's got to play a good safety now.
Got to make sure he covers the red that's near the right corner pocket. You can do that a couple of ways. You could leave the white on the right side cushion, or he can leave it on the baulk cushion. Now he's playing the green, so I'm wondering if he's going to try and cover this red with the red that's near the middle pocket. No, he's gone for the baulk cushion.
Shaun Murphy 1.
And he has covered it.
Have to hit this one better than he's hit a couple of safeties this evening. Yep, better. Certainly can't see anything down that side of the table.
And I don't know if he can hit the red. The brown might be in the way. The one where I've got the little flashing green cursor. He'd like to play safe off that, but I don't think he can see that. The brown's blocking that. And you can see what his idea there is. If he takes the red that's near the middle pocket, it'll crash into the two reds and he'll screw back to the baulk area. Now where's this red? Where's both reds going? They're flying all over the place. It was a good cue ball. It was a very good attempt there. He's a bit unlucky, but just looking at this here, if he pots this red, there's a possibility he could finish on the black. If he judges it correctly. He's round looking, and if he pots the red, there's a possibility it could head over towards the pink and red. If it hits those, he's on the black. If it misses them, he's on the blue.
Yeah, it looks a bit like a win-win situation to me. As long as you make sure you knock the red in cleanly, which you should do with no trouble, and you've just got enough pace on the cue ball. Well, maybe not a win-win situation.
Well, that's the only thing that could have happened. That is so unlucky. He played the shot perfectly. Now have a look at this. Say if it kisses the red full ball, he's perfectly on the black. Bit unlucky to finish up on the side cushion.
Green.
Problem for Stephen here is he can play into the baulk area, no problem, but of course that loose red that's closest to the baulk is the one Shaun Murphy's going to play off, so there's one of those situations where there's not too much you can do about it. You're just in an awkward situation and you've got to leave your opponent an easy return to baulk. Shaun's just looking with his cue there. He's just trying to figure out exactly where to leave the cue ball. And I think that side of the table where he is now is probably going to cause the most trouble. So if he can leave it somewhere round about where the cue ball is now, but tighter to that ball cushion, it could be problems for Stephen Hendry.
Yeah, he's just a bit worried about bringing the red back up the table again. He's looking to see if he can cannon this red into something. And that'll stop it from coming up the table.
Yes, not far from where it was, so he'd worked out that was the position he wanted to leave Stephen in. And of course there's no problem hitting one, it's that path back there, those 3 reds on the right hand side are causing a fair bit of grief. Difficult to miss those.
There is a possible path. If he plays that red, he could swing it around the angles. Might just have a go at that. And I think he's pretty good at this type of shot, somewhere near the line. It's a funny little diagram I've got up there, John, but that's what he's attempting.
And that wasn't a bad shot at all in the context of what he was looking at there. Okay, in a perfect world you'd like the cue ball to be tight to the cushion, but he was in a fair bit of bother there. And when the balls are spread like this, very difficult to find a path back, Dennis, isn't it? People think so, you've got lots to aim at, but it's actually after you've hit the red you intend, what you've got to miss.
Looks as if he's attempting this pot with a little bit of safety in mind also. Oh, what a shot that is. What a pot that is, John.
Well, there's one stat we showed earlier this evening. How well has he cued that? That said Shaun Murphy's long pot success was only 53%. Well, when you can cue like that, I can't believe it. At 61 now, he's improved it, Dennis. But what a beautiful example of cueing that was. Flush straight into the middle of the pocket.
Well, it's worth looking at again. And the red jumped a little bit, so he must have been very precise.
4.
Come up a little bit short this time, but plenty of angle to go in and out of the balk area. A couple of reds near the pink he can drop on.
Yes, and while the balls have been poorly positioned for safety play, when they're spread like this and you actually get in, they're absolutely lovely. Plenty of options.
Yeah, the pink obviously passes the green. He looks very comfortable out there. Turned professional back in 1998, but
16.
he takes the game of snooker very seriously. He's the ultimate professional on the table and off the table with his interviews. Didn't quite get the cue ball where he wanted there.
Just a little bit short. I'd like to have gone up for the pink a little bit further, but still shouldn't be a problem. Yes, once again, very well cued. And the backspin on the ball, just put the brakes on it so it didn't run away too far.
23.
Yeah, this looks good. He can just drop the black in and he's got the 2 reds he can play for. And this is looking good for Shaun Murphy. This would be 4 frames in a row if he could take this one. And after the way Stephen Hendry has played, that would
31.
be a bit special, really.
$32.
Yes, at the moment I only see Stephen coming back to the table if Shaun gets a little careless, which doesn't look like it's going to happen. He's cueing beautifully.
He's had very little to go at, Stephen Hendry. Missed the brown, I suppose, in
39.
the previous frame, but he hasn't been in the balls yet.
$40.
Still 3 reds he can play on, so doesn't have to cannon any of the reds out. The frame would be safe.
$47. $48.
Yes, it's the most comfortable I've seen Shaun Murphy look for a while, since he won the UK, in fact.
Well, you can't see him slipping up here, really, can you? Looking good for Shaun Murphy here.
55. $56. $61. $62.
That's the frame safe now.
$67. $68. $75. $76.
He's got an angle on the black to give himself a chance to make a possible century break here. Can he knock the red out?
$83.
Well, this is a stunning performance this evening from Shaun Murphy. It really is. He's striking the ball so well.
9.
To leave the white somewhere near the pink here when he pots the yellow.
Ninety-two.
Look at that shot.
$95.
Needs a good shot on the brown though, if it's to make the century. It's there.
99.
The 63rd century here at the Crucible in this year's World Championship.
Brilliant. Absolutely flawless snookers from Shaun Murphy this evening. Okay, he's missed the pink. Doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it's unbelievable. 3 perfect frames and he goes into the lead. 6-5.
So Stephen Hendry breaks off in frame 12, and this, in the context of the match, is quite a big frame for Stephen. Shaun Murphy has won the last 4 frames, and they've got a mid-session interval coming up, so he'll be hoping he can level the scores up and get something out of this first mini session of the evening.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Shaun, mini sessions, the players tend to look at them at little mini sessions of 4. You try to win them 3-1. You can win all 4, that's a bonus. Good cueing there. If it pulls up, he'll take the brown on because there is a red to the left that he could drop on if he just rolls the brown in. Even if he's straight, he will still take it on. No.
Stephen Hendry 1.
Simply because he's been kept off the table. He hasn't had a chance to get the rhythm going that he showed in the opening session.
Everything has been very crisply struck this evening by Shaun Murphy. Straight in the middle of the pocket. No jaws this evening, nothing wobbling there.
And that one there, right in the heart of the pocket. So it does tell you when you're playing well. You know if you pot the ball cleanly into the pocket that you're really cueing well.
7.
Has he got enough angle to try and bring some into play? They're not a good bunch to go into here, but he's got... No, he can't really play for the single one here, you would feel.
Yes, and off this red, of course, he has the choice. I'd be very tempted to be up and half ball on the blue, and then try and hit the
14.
pink full in the face, and that should split the reds up. So pot this, half ball, somewhere in that circle, or close
15.
to it. That'll do it. Just sneaked in. Well done, Dennis. And if he can hit the pink full in the face here with a little bit of screw, these should go everywhere.
Gotta make sure there's no plants available when you're playing this shot. The one to the middle pocket's going to come to his rescue.
But he was glad to see that one because at first glance he was looking quite unlucky there. Hit the pink perfectly. One went on the side cushion, the other 2 near the black were lined up. But thankfully for Shaun, The one in the middle pocket came to his rescue.
And it flicked off the pink, didn't it? But that's what happens in this game. When you're playing well, you're cueing well, you get the little run of the ball. And that red did flick the pink and is sitting nicely for the middle.
21.
Let's have a look where that red went. Just catches the pink there, just catches the pink.
When he plays like this, he's as good as anybody in the world, there's no
26.
doubt. Really is playing some super stuff this evening. His cueing is
27.
just so good. Has a choice once again. Could play a cannon, or could drop down past the reds for a single one. He's played that shot instead. One closest to the black. And everything seems to be on a sixpence.
32.
I'll tell you what this reminds me of, John. It reminds me of the way he played when he won the world title here in 2005. Beat Matthew Stevens in the final 18-16 when it looked as if Matthew was going to beat him quite comfortably, but
40.
he's back at his best here.
No, he wasn't
41.
particularly impressive in his first round defeat of Andrew Higginson. He was still under the weather with a heavy cold and played some decent stuff near the end to get over the line, but then to beat Marco Fu 13 frames to 3, he must be playing well. And tonight he's carrying that form on.
Yeah, that was useful to have a session to spare, because over 17 days here, as you know, John, at the Crucible, if you can win your match with a session to spare, you can relax, and you know, it's more of a mental game, snooker, and you can get pretty exhausted mentally here. The quicker you can win your matches, the better. I'd rather do that than have long matches.
Yeah, all this business about a 10-9 in the first round does you good. No thanks. I'll have 10-2 every day of the week.
$49.
I mean, Stephen Hendry can't do anything about this. This red to the middle will clear the path for the red next to it, for the corner.
56.
I mean, I'm looking at Shaun's
57.
breaks, John. He finished the first session with a break of 73. He started with a 137, then he's had an 83, 104, and now this.
Yes, it shouldn't be the magician, it should be Magnificent Murphy, because that's what he's been so far this evening. Cue ball control is just exemplary. It really is.
64.
Yes, Magnificent Murphy with a magic wand. I think Stephen will be glad to get to the
65.
mid-session interval. That's the frame over. He's had precious little to go at. I think he's missed a brown with the rest, and I can't remember any other pots that he missed. I suppose the brown in the middle. Isn't it amazing? It's 2 browns that's cost him.
72. 73.
Well, that's bounced off the top cushion. That may spoil the chance of a century.
In fairness to Stephen as well, Dennis, there's plenty of matches you can play, and when you miss one ball in a frame and you could be coming back next shot, but the way Shaun Murphy's played this evening has magnified those mistakes.
What an effort. He was almost straight, and he nearly cannoned the reds, so he needs a fluke. Well, he's played a safety shot. I would have given them a bash and tried to fluke that. But what a session for Shaun Murphy. He's played 4 frames this evening. He's won the lot. He hasn't given Stephen Hendry a chance. And he goes to the mid-session
Yes,
interval
possibility.
leading 7-5.
Shaun Murphy to break.
So it's Shaun Murphy that gets the first frame after the mid-session interval underway. And I had a brief word with Stephen at the interval there, and he was smiling. He said, well, can't do anything about that. So will the interval possibly turn things around? We shall see. Brilliant. Well, a wee bit unlucky with the cue ball, but what a pot that was. Can't risk the black, it's far too thin. Still way ahead in the long pot success.
Stephen Hendry 1.
Well, it's been a while since that happened. Shaun Murphy missing a pot. Wasn't easy by a long stretch, but he's played so well for the last 5 frames in this match. Breaks a 73, 137, 83, 104 and 80. Pretty much awesome snooker. It's just not quite going for Stephen this evening. Hasn't had much to go at, obviously, because Shaun's played so well. He had a couple of browns he's missed, and his position's just not quite been there on the odd chance he's had.
I hope he doesn't get a little frustrated, and we know that Stephen can start pushing the boat out at times. Is he taking the blue on? I think he may be. And he's got it. Now that's a good sign. That definitely is vintage Stephen Hendry, because that was far from easy. He's got to make something happen and stop Shaun Murphy in his tracks, and the way to stop him is to keep him in his seat.
Seven.
That was a poor shot, and well, there is one possible shot on here. I wonder, will he take the long blue and try to screw back and leave that red to the left of the black? He took a very difficult blue into the middle pocket. Is he going to have a go again, because he can screw off the side cushion and get onto that? But what a shot that would be at this stage. That's what I was talking about, but I don't think he's going to entertain that. I think that was the right decision there.
Stephen Hendry 7.
No real problem seeing this red, but don't want to pot the black with it. Managed to avoid that.
hear all the oohs and ahs in the audience. They nearly pulled off that shot, as you called, John. I would play this in such a way that he'll finish on the brown or yellow, you would feel. No, not quite. I suppose this is not a bad thing for Stephen Hendry, a little bit of grinding here just to get Shaun Murphy out of his stride, because before the interval he was getting in early on and, well, he just wasn't missing.
Yeah, it's one of those incidents really, Dennis, where Shaun probably didn't want the interval to come. Playing so well, flowing the cue ball around the table, everything was perfect position wise, and potting everything he looked at, so sometimes the interval can be good for you. Other times it can be a hindrance.
Hawkeye showed you that there was a few problems for Shaun getting back down the table, the right side of the table, and if he avoids that he could cannon the brown or blue. That's why he's giving this a little bit of thought. So he's got to get plenty of side on this to avoid the blue if he swings it round the angles. He's looked at that. He's now looking at the one near the cushion. You can play off that red that I've got my little flashing green cursor on. It looks as if he's playing off the two reds. He checked that up with a terrific amount of side, and he thought about it long and hard, and he's played a very good shot.
Yes, at first glance he's covered quite a few of those reds there. I think it's only the red on the right hand side that Stephen can see. So he's played that very well, Shaun Murphy.
Of course, Shaun Murphy's got a pretty good tactical game as well, and he did a bit of work with Ray Reardon, who certainly was one of the best tacticians the game's ever seen. And Shaun was always, probably had a word with you, John, over the last few seasons. Always would come and ask you if you had any sort of information or advice on certain things. He's never afraid to do that.
Quite refreshing, actually, Dennis, for somebody coming on the circuit to do that. Some of them would be a bit too proud to ask, I think, but Shaun's always wanted more knowledge, and as you say, going to Ray, well, 6 times a world champion Ray Reardon couldn't do you any harm, could it? Always just getting that little mixture right with Shaun. When he won the World Championship here in 2005, every single long pot that came up he took it on, but he was in such good form he knocked everyone in. But at some point you're not going to knock all of those in, and you have to get the balance right. And when you can cue like that, there's not too much you need to know about the game. That was absolutely beautifully cued.
It was very clever, wasn't it? Because he wasn't going to leave anything where he put the cue ball, and he's on the black perfectly. May not be able to hold for the black here, but he can go up for the blue. It's pretty straightforward.
8.
That's the one I looked at, but he's got one to the middle that he can take. And that's a bonus
9.
because the pink passes the red. It doesn't look like it does from that picture, but there you clearly see it goes.
And it's looking like a case of normal service resumed at the minute.
15. $16.
Look where the red's gone. Now
Shaun
could
Murphy
that be a
16.
big turning point?
Stephen Hendry 7.
He had opened all the reds up, and that's the one thing he didn't expect to happen. That was very unlucky to put the red in the middle pocket. And this is Stephen Hendry's first chance in amongst the balls.
1. $8.
Might have to go up for the blue here. Wrong angle to run through for the black.
9.
He's left it a bit short, so he's still not settled yet, Stephen Hendry. The other side of the blue would have been so easy.
$14. $15.
Stephen Hendry has played
22.
this year similar to the way he played last year. He really gave the world title a good run last year.
$23.
In fact, in his semi-final, he set off against Ronnie O'Sullivan with a break of 140. And we thought, here it goes. I remember going out for a bite with Stephen and his dad, and his son Blaine was up after the second session of the semi-final, where Ronnie O'Sullivan won all 8 frames. Stephen never had a chance. It looked as if that was going to happen here against Shaun Murphy. So it's important to to take
31.
this frame, and he's under screwed that, so he's still not cueing just as well, John, this evening as he was this afternoon.
No, he hasn't quite had the cue ball on the chances he's had. They've been few and far between, of course, but when he has had a sniff at a ball, he hasn't exactly been great with the cue ball. Good pot that, because it wasn't easy, but once again a little short.
38. $39.
Just needs the pink, that's why he played for it. So that unfortunate shot from Shaun Murphy, when he knocked the red into the middle pocket unintentionally, has cost him this frame. That could be quite a turning point. It has stopped the rot.
Good contribution this. Okay, Shaun Murphy was very unlucky to knock the red in the middle, but important that Stephen capitalised. Just to show Shaun he's still in the match, still there competing.
51.
So good response.
As he fluked the red, doesn't really matter.
51 on the frame.
Shaun Murphy was very
Stephen
unlucky,
Hendry.
as we said, but you still got to knock them in, and Stephen Hendry did that. That break of 51 gets him back to just one behind at 7-6. Not the best break-off shot. He needs the brown to come to his rescue, otherwise he's left that red for the middle. If he's covered it, he's been a little bit fortunate.
It's pretty tight. He might be able to swerve it a little bit, but he can count himself very lucky not to have left that, Stephen. It was a very poor break. It's far too thick. Yes, didn't fancy playing the swerve shot there, Shaun, so very good safety.
This was the break-off shot. You never want to bring the red up with the cue ball. Bit thinner than he intended. And this time the green hasn't come to his rescue.
One.
Beautifully cued again. Okay, the red was near the pocket, but lots of work on the cue ball to hold it for the black. Think the red on the right hand side. At the bottom, there's two reds in a line there. I think the bottom one goes. Looks like it from that shot. Well played. So yes, as you can see, it pots, but he'll be looking for position next to try and open the balls out, because there'll be nothing left after this one goes in. Well, because of the screw back, it just nudged one more red out, so he's obviously the wrong side of the blue now, though. Just promoted another red, but he is the wrong side of the blue. Might just drop it in and take the long red. It's going to be near the pink.
Got plenty of cue power though, but he's going to just roll it in, as you said, John. Means he's pretty confident about this medium length pot that he's left.
14. $15.
Might be unlucky there. If he's dead straight on the black, there's only one red that'll possibly pot into the middle pocket, and he'd have to screw back and leave the white, well, not far from where it is at the moment. And as you can see, he's straight, and you've got the perfect picture to see him screwing back here. Let's see where he puts that cue ball. Well, if it goes in the right corner, that's a bonus, and it obviously does.
22. Shaun Murphy, 22.
The yellow's in a good spot if you could get the white in behind it, but it's not easy to do that. You'd have to negotiate the blue if he comes off a couple of cushions, but maybe a chance to do it here. Tried it, but much too thin. Chance maybe for Stephen Hendry to do it here. As long as he doesn't go in off, if he can slip up past the yellow, he could get a snooker. As long as he doesn't go in off. He's played this well. He really has. That's a superb shot. And at first glance, with the reds slightly open, not easy to just nestle onto one and leave it safe. You'll have to give this a little bit of thought. If he can't do that, it's the old two cushion escape and try to get back up the table. And this can go wrong, John.
It can, but I think it's the only one he's got open to him. I don't think there's any other shot on the table.
Foulness.
Might be a...
Hendry 4.
No, it's pulled up short. I thought it might be a free ball, but it's quite. A smile there from Shaun, but he wants to hit thin. The last thing he wants to do is to catch the red on the thick side. That's the sort of line he's looking for. If he can just glance off that red or the one just past that, he would be okay.
Foulness. Stephen Hendry 4.
Might be a free ball this time, but there's no real advantage having a free ball. Might as well have it put back, see how many points he can get.
You see players playing this shot, Dennis, and they always sort of err on the side of caution, don't you, the first attempt or so, because obviously they don't want to hit it thick and give the frame away. So Shaun's had 2 goes at this now. He should have a really good idea what is required.
Third time lucky. Oh, that was close. He's not far away from it now.
Stephen Hendry 4.
There's a shot for you, Dennis. He comes off the 2 cushions, flicks off the red, and sticks Stephen right back in the same place. You think that could happen?
It possibly could.
I mean, it'll be close to a miracle, but if he does get the contact on the red, the cue ball's gonna go close to the yellow.
He'd love to just catch the red. So 4th attempt. Well, look at this. We've got the line there right for you. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Oh, bit unlucky to catch the blue. He stuck the red up for the left corner.
Yes, and that's just exactly what he was trying to avoid. Too thick a contact on the red. And now you know why he missed it the first couple of times. He knew he had to get that one thin.
One.
At first glance, I think he's been unlucky.
8.
Pot that, gone into the reds, and they've all lined up. Stephen just looking to see if he could get through to the red with a little swerve there, and they're very close. If you want to be playing that shot, it could be close to a push shot, so might just have to play safe. Well, he's taking it on. Yes, and because of that,
Stephen Hendry 8.
he couldn't get any power into it, and he knew if he'd hit any other push shot, and he might have been an example of pushing the boat out there, Dennis. We've said once or twice with Stephen, he thinks he's entitled to be on a ball there.
Might be safe, John, you know. That was very close together, and that was why he came up short, but it might have finished okay. You know, he hasn't left anything easy here. Can he get through to pot that one? That must be very tight. And the one that Stephen sent towards the middle pocket's not easy. I don't think that goes, does it?
Drop the other one on the other side, the middle pocket.
And that's a tough pot, isn't it, if you're bridging over them, John? Just to, because he's got to drop it in dead weight if it's straight, and I think he might just refuse that and just play the safety shot. So he has had a result there, Stephen Hendry.
I'd still be very tempted to take that one. I think Shaun's good enough cueist for this shot. Dead weight, just drop it in. Well, after that, he's decided on doing the in-off instead, Dennis.
Foul. Stephen Hendry, 4.
We picked 14 shots there, and he picked the 15th. Well, whichever one he picked, it wasn't the right one.
If the white doesn't go in, well, there's a gentleman in the background shaking his head as if to say, what did you do there, Shaun? Should never have been in the pocket. But it would have been safe if the white had stayed in the jaws. But Stephen Hendry's long potting has been pretty good in this match, but 83%, but this is tough. Now where's the red going? Well, he thought it was a free shot, and look where the red has finished up.
Right, you can tell everyone what shot Shaun's going to play now, Dennis. I've retired for the night after the last one.
Yes, he's going to take the red in the middle pocket, Shaun.
One. Four. Five.
Was it the contact that has kept the white close to the cushion? It's having the cue ball clean, so I don't know whether it was just a misjudgment or... Well, he did get a kick. Well, there is a red next to the black that is available. But needs to cue this well. You can see the chalk along the cushion. No.
Shaun Murphy, 5.
Good chance for Stephen Hendry now.
Yes, and I've not seen him get out of a chair quicker for a long time. I think he thought he was going to be there for a while. Wasn't the easiest to cue in there, but still fancied Shaun for that one. And Stephen Hendry jumped out of the chair.
Yeah, he was like a greyhound out of the trap there, wasn't he?
One.
Well, this is a key shot coming up. Didn't quite intend to finish. It's close to the cushion. You had to cannon the other red there, but this is a test of your cueing. And that's pretty good, I can tell you. There must be 2 or 3 reds available into this left corner.
8.
There you go, take your pick.
Nine.
Well, you had a terrific shot there down the cue action of Stephen Hendry as he paused. You could see his backhand and then he delivered the cue. Have a look at this. Watch the pause at the back. Here we go. Bang.
$13.
Well, ideal angle on the black. Got to start moving a few of these reds. 3 in a line and 2 in a line. They're not potting anywhere at the moment.
He may.
Stephen Hendry,
Well,
13.
I don't think he's got away with it, but all he did there, and it's amazing the number of players that do that. They concentrate on the cannon and they take their eye off the pot. It's amazing the number of times that happens, even with all his vast experience.
Yes, but I think he's had an absolute result. Not only has he missed the black, I don't think he's left anything on for Shaun.
At first glance, I thought the right of the 2 reds there, just near Shaun's head, I thought it would go past the pink. So a result and a half, you'd have to say, Stevens had there.
Well, he can play off the 2 reds that are on the right hand side here and come round the angles and go down towards the yellow, because it's quite a big target in the corner, that yellow. You can get behind that.
He's going to hit the blue, so misjudged it, and he's left a red that'll pass the pink. Very unlike Stephen Hendry, that he's usually pretty good at that type of shot.
Yeah, that was a big chance to put him in trouble there. Complete miss hit. Well cued again from Shaun. We'll take the black here. Beautifully cued, straight in the centre of the pocket again. Got to play slight drag shot on this one, just to try and control the white a little bit. If he plays this just plain ball in the middle of the white, it'll run away. So just down the bottom.
He's let it run away. That's a poor shot. He was hoping to hold that for leave the reds somewhere easier into the left corner. This one might pass the pink, but wasn't intending this.
Yes, and if you overcut that one with the ball near the top pocket,
Shaun
you leave
Murphy,
it up. And whilst this isn't an absolute gimme, it's certainly a big chance for Stephen. It was a poor positional shot from Shaun, and the fact, as I say, that he overcut that one has left Stephen this chance.
I don't know if he can hold for the pink. If he can't, that shot might be available to Stephen somewhere near there, and he'd be on the black, but it's tough. He would have rather have been on the black. This pink is tough. He was playing there just to get into that gap I put up, but he cannoned the red, and he's got to force this pink in now to get out for the reds. Okay, we've said these pockets are a little bit more generous than they normally are, but when you hit them hard, they can wobble.
that any better. Absolutely beautifully played. Bumped it, stun run through. See the pink went, see the white actually jumped in the air before it went forward. Couldn't play that any better.
It's amazing, before the days of the action replays and slow-mos, we just didn't realise how much the balls were bouncing around on the table, John.
$14.
Going to need
15.
the difficult red also. But the green and brown are safe, and that's a big advantage to Stephen Hendry at the moment.
Well, may choose to play. I mean, he has an option here. He could just stun this in and play on the one that's near the corner, but he might actually play the more aggressive one and take a chance and move the red on the side cushion out now, because he knows full well he won't be on the other one. But Stephen Hendry to miss 2 blacks off the spot in a short space of time is very surprising.
Well, how costly is that going to be?
Yes, and the worst part about it for him is he's moved the red off the cushion as well, so he missed the pot, moved the red off for Shaun. Okay, green and brown are horrible, but he's done some work for him there.
Yeah, he's missed the 2 blacks off the spot, just purely thinking about what he was going to do with the white.
One.
Okay, the blue's a little bit awkward as well, but Shaun could quite easily develop the green and brown in a couple of shots' time. And even if he can't develop them, if he gets that far, he could play a snooker in behind the brown. Now, does this red cut? It's a thin one.
Yes, it's a little thinner than it looks. I was thinking if it had gone a little further down, he might have even took a big chance and tried to play a cannon on the green and brown. Open them up that way, and then all he needs to do is have a little bit of luck and land on one, and of course all the frame was at his mercy then. I think it's a bit too thin for that.
Probably had that in his mind, but there'll be a change of plan now. Well, he might even elect to roll to the brown now and play the snooker. I think that's what he's intending to do. Well, he's not going to do that. He's taking the yellow on.
$11. $13.
Now, this is what I suggested might happen if he couldn't move them. Tight in behind the brown here.
Shaun Murphy.
Well, that's not the best shot in the world. He's left enough space for Stephen to get round the brown. Mind you, has he put himself in trouble here, John?
I don't know, but that was a little bit loose from Shaun. You would have thought that, Dennis. Your priority with that shot was to get the white touch in the brown and make the snooker more difficult.
Could be tight in behind the black here, if he can judge this. It's gone too wide, unless he gets the flick.
Well, that's got to be virtually straight, hasn't it, that long green? You're 11 foot away, dead straight. and not an easy safety shot.
How do you know he's 11 foot away, John? Is that because the table's 12 foot and the green's a foot from the cushion?
That'll be it then.
Problem is Shaun Murphy.
Well, this frame is slipping away from Stephen Hendry. He looked with 2 reds left as if he was a certainty, and he missed that sitter of a black, moved the difficult red, and well, it's not easy for Shaun Murphy, but the frame should have been over. And that's a pretty good shot, I can tell you. And if he's got an angle here, he can screw back to the blue. Oh, we had the side on it there. If he can drop this in the middle pocket, he'd finish on the pink. He's missed it. He's missed it. What a gift for Stephen Hendry.
Yes, never easy those shots when you go cutting back into a blind pocket. He'd made his mind up fairly quickly. That was the one he was going to take on because it was natural position. Just basically hit it too thick. What a reprieve.
Five.
Just the pink needed. In fact, he needs the black. If he pots the pink, he'll automatically be on the black. He's 2 behind at the moment. Yeah, if you're not settled, get up from the shot and start all over again, a bit like a golf swing. Amazing.
Stephen Hendry, 5.
Maybe it'd have been better not getting up that time, John.
Well, he's done the right thing. He's prepared again, but he's doing his best to throw this frame away. 2 blacks off the spot, pink off the spot. Can't really do it at this level if you expect him to win frames.
He took that pot on, but he screwed the white back for safety, so he wasn't 100%.
But why, Dennis? I mean, it needs the pink. Just pot the pink and leave the cue ball. You don't have to screw it back behind the black. Just play it nice, easy pace, and leave the cue ball on the side cushion.
This pink will cut to the middle pocket, and he'll come back up towards the black, as long as he avoids the middle pocket on the left side of the table. But this is tough. It looks good. It's there. Where's the middle pocket? Stephen thumps the table, but as I mentioned, the middle pocket on the left side of the table was in the natural path back for the white. Well, a little bit of excitement and tension here. Always get that with a black ball. Now watch this. I mentioned the middle pocket might be in the way. Have a look what the white did. Oh.
Yes, he may have missed a few balls in this frame, but he didn't deserve that. That was a great pot in the centre pocket. Might just be straight up and down with this.
Stephen Hendry, 6.
A little wry smile, but he's played a good shot. He's kept the white close to the cushion. He's kept the black close to the cushion. Don't like these shots, John.
No, I think I'd be chipping the black onto the side cushion and leaving the white on the right hand side and leaving the white on the left, Dennis. I'd be playing a little, just less than half ball. Try and put the black on the baulk line and the white on the other baulk line on the other side.
It's just the distance that's between them. I think if Stephen Hendry had left the white further away from the cushion, he would have played that shot. He might still do. He's played it well. from that distance, that was a good shot.
It's a good shot, and it's also very difficult to get safe. That's why players play it these days. You have a look at that. You stand behind where Stephen is there, and there's not a lot of option with this shot. You can chip it onto the bottom cushion, or you may be forced into playing twice across, half double type thing. It's not easy to get this safe.
Well, it's a chance, but I'll tell you what, he'll have to cue this perfectly. Stephen's right behind the shot. He'll know before we do if the black's in. Terrific cueing from Shaun Murphy. He stayed down on the shot, but it has to be said, Stephen Hendry really gifted him that frame. He should have been all square, but as it is, he's gone 2 behind. It's 8-6 to Shaun Murphy. Not the best break-off shot this time. Wanted the white tight on the cushion. He's left a possible long red, and I think Stephen's going to take this on. He could leave the one that's near the black, but I think he'll be having a go after that last frame. He's played such a good shot. He's biting the cue because he's just let the white run a bit too far.
Well, that's 2 really good long pots he's knocked in this evening, and both times he's finished near the bottom cushion. He cued this beautifully, right in the centre of the pocket. Unfortunately, little stun run through he had on there, had a bit too much run through on it.
I mean, that was a good shot there. I mean, that wasn't easy.
8.
Needs another one here to leave the black in the same pocket as the red. No, not this time. And he stuck the red up.
Stephen Hendry, 8.
That was a lot easier than his opening pot. He's given Shaun a very good chance here. He's been very reliable with his long potting in this match so far.
1.
Hasn't been the greatest session for Stephen. Obviously Shaun started off fantastically well this evening, not giving him too many opportunities, but when he has had them, aside from a 51 break, Stephen, that's only 31, so
8.
I think he's got to win one of the next 2 frames. He doesn't want to be going in 10-6 overnight.
9.
Key shot coming up. There is a loose red, but he will arc this with lots of right hand side into the bunch. Watch the white as it comes off the cushion. And that's worked out okay. He's stuck in the back of the bunch there, but a red did spring towards the left corner.
16.
He didn't really want to hit that full ball, but it's one of the occasions where it's worked out okay.
$17.
Took the chance to try and develop a few reds. Don't know whether he's on anything. Maybe one in the centre.
Yeah, it looks as if he can pass the other red to get to the one that's nearest the middle pocket there. No. Now what's going to happen here? Have a look at this. What a chance for Stephen Hendry.
Shaun Murphy, 19. One. Eight. Nine.
Doesn't look to be anything available into the right corner. I think he
15.
just played for this one to the left. Back on the blue and then into the bunch would be his plan.
$16.
Now that's pretty good. He's got the perfect angle here to pot the blue and go into the little gap between the pink and reds, you would feel.
Well, I think he'd be very unlucky not to land on one here. These look absolutely lovely. Then you need to be virtually touched and these are going to open.
Anywhere there, it doesn't have to cannon that red. Any cannon would do. He did cannon that red, and as long as the red next to the black hasn't
21.
blocked things, he's in pretty good shape here. The black will go, but maybe the red doesn't. Red won't go, but
22.
the black definitely will.
Might just try and play a little screw shot here and just nudge the red out the way. I don't know if he's left himself the right angle, but yes, I think he can. If he just plays a little forceful screw back here and just nudges the red out the way.
Just got to be a little bit careful with that nudge that you mentioned. Well, he didn't try to nudge it away.
$29. $30.
It's as if he's being ultra careful here and he doesn't want to risk those little cannons because he knows it could go wrong. He's had to nudge that one. Now where's the pink going? Have a little look at this. He may be snookered. If the pink doesn't go in his own spot, it's going to have to go directly behind the white. And that could be absolutely terrible for Stephen Hendry.
Well, it's a huge mistake. An absolutely huge mistake.
Well, it's amazing he played the little nudge that time. You said, John, he could
36.
nudge the red away from the black, and I thought he would have played that. But he was trying to be ultra careful. He knows the importance of this frame.
I think he must have been mortified when he looked round and saw there was no board colours off the spot, or the blue wasn't off its spot either. He knew straight away the pink was going to go there. So that was a golden opportunity he's given away.
Stephen Hendry, 36.
So, useful 25-point lead, but Stephen's shaking his head. He knows full well that was an opportunity to put the frame to bed. Shot that was, right through the gap. And of course Stephen once again shaking his head, feeling he's unlucky. He played quite a good safety shot there. How many times do you play the best safety shot of the match and end up losing a frame off it? But he's going to find himself snookered.
It was as if it was a bit of a guide there, that pot that Shaun Murphy took on. Let's show you it again. It was just the gap past the blue and the yellow, and didn't EQ it well. I'm going to try and land on this red that's behind the black. He's going to have to hit 3 cushions. Have a look at this shot. There's the first cushion, the second cushion, the third cushion. It's looking pretty good. Oh, did that move?
Fouls. Shaun Murphy 4.
Missed it by a, well, cigarette paper. Watch this here. I thought he was just going to touch it. Oh, and the referee has to call a miss because there's an easier escape route. No, not this time. The other was closer.
Fouls. Shaun Murphy 4.
He needs a slight adjustment here, but that is the shot he'll keep playing till he hits it. Anything else is too risky. Yeah, this is good. This is very good. There is a shot and he might be able to make a plant here. He'll be playing a safety shot. He's just checking to see where the reds are going. But that's the sort of angle he'll take. It'll be a safety shot with a little bit of the plant in his mind. Call that a plant to nothing. Always worth trying that shot. Now, can he convert the brown?
Missed one of these earlier, didn't he? In the pocket, but same sort of shot. Not there. Well played.
5.
Cued across that slightly.
Stephen Hendry 5.
Even for the 7 times former champion. A little bit of tension creeping in because we've only one more frame after this to play. He'd like to win this one and the final frame, but he can't afford to keep missing those.
1. Yep.
He should have been all square, really. He did gift Shaun Murphy the previous frame.
I'll tell you something, Shaun Murphy didn't play for the pink in that hole. Yeah, Stevens very surprising miss with the rest. He's got the top jaw. Shaun didn't quite hit his shot correctly, but he'll take this.
Not going to be easy
7.
here.
Well, surely if Shaun gets on this black, he can play the shot we suggested earlier, that pot it and just nudge the red away.
8.
That's what it looks like he's played for. No reason why this one shouldn't work, Dennis.
Well, he can nudge in this, boy. He's one of the best nudgers in the game.
There you go. Simple enough, wasn't it?
15.
He's got a can in the black also here, and he's got to be able to give himself a chance at the difficult red, but he's running around the angles looking at this. Where's this cue ball?
16.
That's, well, if it had gone a bit further, he could have potted the blue, slipped down past the green, and possibly developed that last red. He can't do that now, and from the pink it would be tough.
You think he can pot that red, Dennis? If he gets right behind it, it'll go in the middle pocket. Looks quite a way up. It's in one of those. Oh, don't know about that one. In a funny situation, that red. I think you've got to be absolutely right behind it and have to be completely dead weight, and even then I'm not so sure.
Well, he's got a bit of angle here, and he's got a bit of cue power. Now, as you mentioned, John, will that red just slot into the middle pocket? You wouldn't
22.
think so looking at that picture, but he'd have to be so precise, but he'd be on the blue if he did drop it in. No, I don't think he's playing it, is he, the way he's cueing at it? Looks like he's playing it up in the corner.
Shaun Murphy, 22.
Yeah, the wall's going to go up. Referee Terry Camilleri just saying we're going to lift the curtain that divides the tables, and up it goes into the heavens of the Crucible Theatre. That's going to be here for another 5 years to 2014.
Yeah, it's a good idea to get that up as quickly as possible there. We don't want the troops on the other side getting restless. They know there's an exciting match going on there. They want to see it as quickly as possible. Well, a little harder than Stephen wanted. And Shaun will definitely take this on with the rest.
Not easy. Straight on the yellow.
Yes, and as so often happens when you've got the last red and all you want's a good kiss, you get a bad one.
I'm just looking at the score. Shaun's 2 in front. Suppose if he put the pink safe, he needs a yellow, green, brown and blue. Putting the pink safe, not a bad idea, but he's got to get a good cue ball. He wants to make it as difficult as possible for Stephen.
Pink.
Sacrificed putting the pink safe
Shaun Murphy
to play
won.
the snooker. He may have got it. But Stephen can swerve around the black here.
Yes, problem he's got here is if he swerves around it, Dennis, he hits the yellow, it's going to hit green and brown. So he's got to be careful. I think he's coming off the side cushion instead. Maybe dead weight.
I couldn't swerve that. It's a full ball. I thought it was only half ball snooker, 3/4 ball snooker. You can't really, you could swerve it, but not when you're full ball behind the black like that. Well, there's not much of a gap to find here. As he judged it, looks pretty good. Well played.
Good chance for Shaun here, though, to put him in a lot of trouble. Clip off the yellow. Try and make sure the yellow's going behind the green and brown. Cue ball down the bottom of the table. Good chance, this. Well, it should have been. If he's let Stephen get through that gap, he hasn't played that very well at all.
Well, the yellow is potable, but the brown has covered it. He didn't intend to leave the yellow as close to the middle pocket as that.
Well, Shaun's only really got himself to blame for that shot before, Dennis. It was a very poor shot he played. Priority there was to have the yellow behind the green and brown, no matter where the cue ball went.
Now then, what a time for Stephen Hendry to pull out one of his famous long pots. This is tough, but if it goes in, he'll be on the green. Big shot coming up for the 7 times former champion. Terrific. Oh, absolutely spot on there. You just can't cue them any better than that. It looked as if he could quite easily go 9-6 behind, but that was some shot he pulled out there.
It was, Dennis. It was beautifully cued, and you'd certainly expect him to win the frame from here. But I'm going back to that shot Shaun Murphy had, and to not put the yellow behind the green and brown was very careless indeed, and ultimately it's going to cost him this frame. Stephen shouldn't really have been having a chance at that. He should have been in trouble.
14.
It's a frame, that could have went either way, but Stephen Hendry, as he shakes his head, pulled off a fantastic pot on the yellow. He's back to just 1 behind. 8-7 to Shaun Murphy.
Last frame for the session. Stephen Hendry to break.
So Stephen Hendry breaks off in frame 16. And if he does manage to come out of the session this evening, 8 frames all with Shaun Murphy, he'll consider it a massive result. Murphy was absolutely superb. First 4 frames this evening. It's been a little scrappy since then, since the mid-session interval, but it's been exciting.
Well, Shaun really stayed down on the shot there. In fact, he was still there when the white came back up the table. Not the best. He's left a possible pot to the left corner, and there is a path round the back of the black spot area and the red. Just checking that he can swing the white around. You see Shaun Murphy's sitting at 67% with his long pots, which is surprising because he usually is so good at this type of shot. Yeah, nice cueing there. Pink and black out of commission though. And the green's not a good angle. It would have to be the brown if he wanted to get up to somewhere near the black spot, which would leave him on a choice of reds. He could go into them here, but it is the brown. And he's got this absolutely spot on. He was aiming for the black spot area, and look where he's finished.
5.
Certainly found his way around the angles there. If he carries on playing shots like this, we'll change his nickname to Satnav. Mind he
6.
didn't negotiate that as he intended.
Yellow. Shaun Murphy 6. One.
What a pot that was. He pulled a couple of those out this evening. Really can
Brown.
pot them.
Shaun Murphy 1.
Yes, of the two players this evening, certainly Shaun Murphy will be happy out of the two with his performance, but has been a little scrappy after the interval. He was very unlucky in an earlier frame, Shaun, when he potted the black and split the reds up and knocked the red in the middle. It looked like he was in awesome form. He'd won 4 frames in a row at that point, and Stephen hasn't really seen a ball, but if he doesn't come out of this session in front, he'll be kicking himself, Shaun. As I say, I think he's hitting the ball better of the two players. I wouldn't be kissing him. You
Yeah, if he takes this red onto the right corner, might kiss the other red. Yeah, that's far too risky. This is pretty good safety play here. Now, the same thing applies to Stephen Hendry, but he might be forced to taking the pot on that I mentioned. There's the safety success stats there for you. Shaun Murphy ahead in that department, but he is taking that red on that I mentioned, and he might be able to avoid the other one. He didn't, and what has he done? What damage has he done here?
Lots. Obviously the black is in a slightly tricky position, or is it? Does it go through the gap then into the other top right hand pocket? It might do, you know. Obviously it'd be a few shots away from getting on it, but if it does pot through that gap, that'll be handy.
Yeah, he can't hold for the black off this one, but it might be available, as you mentioned, John, for a few shots time. Yeah, he's nicely on the blue.
1.
There's the gap you mentioned, so that is available in a few shots time.
And if Shaun Murphy can cue like he did for the first 4 frames this evening, you fear the worst for Stephen Hendry.
6.
It could be a massive mistake. Complete mishit. And Shaun's just got to mind his business here.
7.
Got to just mind his work. That was one of the great John Pulman, who was a 10 times world champion and terrific commentator, used to say, just mind his work here. One of the game's great characters was John Pulman.
12.
I heard you mention today in the studio when we were talking about snooker tales, about sitting down with John Pulman, Rex Williams and myself, and we went on for hours with the stories and jokes. Rex Williams still around. Sadly, John Pulman
20.
passed away a good few years ago, but Rex, one of the great characters of the game, and was chairman of our association for many, many years, and did a lot for the game of
21.
snooker.
Well, he's manoeuvred these round beautifully at the moment. Black back on its spot. Pink will be in a second.
$27.
There was a possibility that
28.
Stephen Hendry was going to get out of this all square, but it didn't look like that when Shaun set off this evening, winning 4 frames in a row, and the way it's looking, he's still going to win the session 6-2, which is quite an achievement, because the way Stephen Hendry played in the opening session was pretty awesome, especially that maximum break he made. He's just dropped down his putt success rate. It's dropped from 95 at one
35.
stage, and Shaun Murphy's rising. He's up at 92%.
$36. $43. 54.
Well, this match will resume at 10 o'clock in the morning, and it'll be Shaun Murphy who'll be sleeping the better tonight, that's for sure.
51.
Played fantastic snooker the first 4 this evening.
52.
And this is more like it. It's a little scrappy for a while. This is how Shaun Murphy plays. When he hits the ball properly, Dennis, it seems to be perfect position all the time.
Yeah, although we'll have a 2-frame advantage, I think tomorrow
59.
morning's session is going to be fascinating because Stephen Hendry, well, we know he's playing well. His long pot success has been pretty good. He's the one with the vast
60.
experience, and I think Stephen will sleep okay tonight. Stephen already getting ready to shake hands with Shaun Murphy, who has played, as John Parrott said,
67.
exceptional snooker here this evening. He really has cued beautifully. There's an awful lot of snooker
68.
left in this quarter-final. Tomorrow morning session, well, you don't want to miss that.
Yes, and as the old saying goes, Dennis, tomorrow is another day. You never know what it's going to bring.
Yeah,
75.
get on that red button and you can watch every shot.
76.
A little bit of exhibition stuff here from Shaun to finish off.
'82.
Very enjoyable session.
That one's just pulled away a bit from the pocket, but he won't bother about that. It's been a superb display, and Stephen Hendry smiling and congratulating him. Shaun Murphy has won this session 6-2, and he takes an overnight lead 9-7.
It's been a great match so far, but this is where it will be won or lost this session, final session.
Tempter straight away for Stephen Hendry. Pink available in the middle, but it depends what angle he has on this red. Yes, he can run through and come up for blue or bought colour, and these are a real tempter first thing in the morning. Didn't quite get into the cue ball. I think he's still on the pink. There's a little stun run through, and he can be on the red to the left-hand side. Black is a problem at the minute. You might get rid of the red just to the left of the black now if you can screw back. Oh, he didn't get into the cue ball at all. That's a typical 10 o'clock in the morning shot, Neil, that one.
Yeah, didn't quite hit it right. That was a high long pot success rate, 78% from Stephen. And that was the one thing that his game seemed to suffer in the last maybe 3 years, his long pots. So whatever happens here, and he could still win, of course, there's some signs of a recovery in his game. Unfortunately, that shot he didn't quite hit as he wanted. Frightened to overscrew, maybe. That's why he did the opposite.
Stephen Hendry, 7.
have to take your hat off to that man, don't you? Absolute legend. And to make a 147 here, his 9th in total. Just trying to get into the cue ball there, and its first shot of the morning, he's just trying to get the cue ball where Hawkeye is showing you there. And he was worried, as Neil said, to overscrew the shot, and that's what happened. Just didn't get into it enough. He only had a small gap. Shaun Murphy in his session yesterday evening from 5-3 behind played flawless in the first few frames. He may have left that red on. I don't know whether it's just drifted by the pack.
Well, this is very tight, clearly. He might have to use just a touch of right-hand side to flick this angle and make it straighter. Yeah, you can see what he's trying to do. Just a touch of side. And it was what would have been running side, and it's made the putt possible. He'd like to have been a little closer to the black if he had plain ball cueing on that red, but he had to just do what he could to pot it.
Just needs to play the cannon and screw off the pink if he can here, but he's got to be careful he doesn't kiss the red just above the black. Yes, he played that beautifully. That's a great shot. Those kind of shots sometimes, but before the spin takes, it runs through a little bit. And I was just worried in case he kissed the red, but look how he used the pink there to screw back off for this perfect positional shot. Already, you'd have to consider this as a good chance to get right back into the match.
If it passes the red that's up the table into the left centre, then
16.
he's on the one near the pink. I think he does. He's getting down to play it. That was very
17.
important that Stephen got a good start today, and encouraging signs.
Well, that took off that cushion. That went about a foot further than it should have done.
24.
What we call a flyer off the cushion. In layman's terms, went on the cushion at 2 mile an hour and came off at 4, which is unusual. This is coming up to the 17th frame finish here, and we've already got both players at over 90% pot success rate, which over this length of match is just very, very good indeed. 93 Murphy, 91 Hendry. Top draw. After the first session, Stephen Hendry was up to 95%, obviously losing 6-2 would have dropped down a little. That's why he's down at 91. But he's got a good chance to improve his pot success session now. Murphy's improved as the match has gone on, and Stephen's just gone down a little. But could this be roles reversed? He's in with a great chance of taking this opening frame.
Yeah, if you just look at the match, I mean, yesterday morning when this match started, Stephen won 5 of the first 7. Any kind of a repeat of that would, well, almost win in the match. And I'm sure that 147 that he made has just given him some more confidence, because that's the one thing that he struggled with. I mean, he's done everything that he can in this game, and he knows he's got nothing to prove, but he would like to stay here at the top level for a bit longer.
I think the biggest stat you called, Neil, was the long pot being well at 73%. I think that's massive, because I would suggest in the previous tournaments this year, if it had been above 30-35%, I'd have been amazed, because he's missed certainly more long pots than he went for. This week he's obviously found a clue. Oh dear, just when it looked like it was safe to go,
Stephen Hendry,
he's missed an easy red.
Well, he was stretching on it, it's all I can think of. There he is, he's just stretching on that, and you can't always get your arm through in a straight line when you're stretching over the table. But I still thought he would get it.
Yes, I was in the excitement of him missing the pink. I said an easy red. It was obviously an easy pink. That 38-point lead is nothing where the balls are at the minute. I'd be surprised if Murphy, if he doesn't win the frame with this visit, I think he'll certainly be in the lead by the time he misses.
8. Nine. $15. $16.
Well, I think there's a little bit of tension out there this morning. Stephen missing that ball earlier in the frame. Shaun now knows that he can take full advantage. It would be, you know, a big frame to win now. And even though the balls are there, you've got to get into the players' heads a bit and realise that this is a very tense part of the match. First frame of the day. Stephen missing that
22.
pink, which he'll be thinking about right now. Was he stretching? Was that the reason?
I've known Shaun since he was a 12, 13-year-old. He used to come and play in the junior tournaments at my club in Leicester, and you always knew he was going to be a very, very good player. We weren't sure that he would be an absolute great player, but as you can see now, he is a great, great player. Anybody that wins the world and UK championships, there's never been a bad player done that, apart from John Parrott. Obviously tongue-in-cheek statement that, of course, John, a very good friend of mine. But, you know, really impressed with Shaun's cue action. He gets through the ball as good as any player in the game. And I had the pleasure of doing a few little practice sessions with him, and his break building is the thing that's improved greatly over the last couple of years. Just looking at the scoreboard now, that last red on the cushion is just about going to need that, isn't he?
37.
He sure is. I mean, it could be that
38.
they'll be able to reach over and just put it along the cushion, because we're seeing them go along the cushion rails. I mean, I suppose in previous championships where the pockets are playing tighter, then you might want to play the cannon, which he still might be in a position to do.
It's one of those reds it's better to go into from the pink than it is from the black, but so he's just got to drift by the red that's in open play and leave a three-quarter ball pink. That's probably going to be his choice on this particular shot. I decided to leave pink or black, and
45.
you can run out of chances sometimes. He had a chance there to get on the pink nicely to move it. He's going to need one more chance, and it's obviously going to come off to the next red. This has been a good performance here, getting back in the game. So he needs to screw back probably 2 inches, and it'll be perfect.
52.
It's going to be tough to hold this, Neil. It's just off straight, but he really does want to get on that pink three-quarter ball.
Yeah, just back a fraction, just to there would be okay, I think, if he's going to play the cannon. Little soft screw. Well, that's the line anyway, so
53.
he can play this cannon now. And what he doesn't want is the double kiss on the red, because it'll stay there. If he hits it full on, he's got to hit the red at an angle and not too much speed involved. Well, he's missed the cannon. Would you believe that? Or he may have just brushed the red. That's pretty much a surprise that he
59.
missed it. Yeah, he barely flicked the red at all. Good follow-up
Murphy,
shot though.
59.
Snooker, which won't be hard to hit. And he retains the advantage in the frame. And of course, the red being just away from the cushion, I'm not saying he'll go around the back of it, but he isn't a certainty to hit this full on. Well, he's caught the red as much as he could of it, but just the way that the balls have gone, this might be cuttable to the corner, and if he does get this cut, decides to play it, then it's virtually, you would think, frame ball.
Yes, the white's going to be running quite loose here though, so he's only got really black and blue to cover this red should it stay in the jaws, so he might play this a little bit harder than normal. No, that's an excellent shot. Without the kiss on the brown, this is absolutely perfect. Oh, saying that, it's just pulled up just to make it, from being an absolute certainty to win the frame, he's now going to have to pot this black.
Well, how about the black? I mean, you imagine potting that into the bottom right. If you miss it, you could lose the frame. It would be a very dangerous shot to take on.
Black.
Well, that is an outrageous fluke. Outrageous. And I thought he played the shot very poorly. I mean, I said that the pressure was on him playing it that way. He kind of didn't really commit himself to anything. He didn't even play on the yellow.
Yeah, but you can't possibly play for the yellow there. You've got to play that black as a shot to nothing, either screw back to baulk or run through to the back cushion.
Well,
I mean, he's put all his eggs in one basket, Neil, hasn't he? That was tough.
very, very lucky. Very lucky there.
Shaun Murphy, 8.
Well, maybe good luck, but it might take him to a 10-7 advantage.
The white's running close to the pocket, but not in. If John Verga had been commentating and our four gentlemen up in the crowd there, they'd have said, "Where's the white going?" Unlucky, it's Willie Thorne and Neil Folds.
Quite amazing. How did this black go in, by the way? It left the cushion halfway down and still dropped. It must have had a little bit of spin on it, that black. That's all I can think of. And I saw at the time Stephen Hendry give it a knowing little nod. Yep, I had my chance. And now the snooker gods have conspired against me.
I've still got an eerie feeling about this frame. I just feel there's a little bit of snooker left in it. I can just see Hendry now, having seen that fluke go in, have the raving needle and tries. He always tries his hardest anyway, but I just feel there'll be a snooker at some stage before this frame's over.
When you said an eerie feeling, I thought maybe a ghost would appear or something, really. I know what you're saying, though. I mean, one snooker here is not impossible, is it? And it's not the way that Shaun Murphy wanted to win the frame. With the fluke, it kind of takes away any confidence he would get from winning it. That's not close to being a snooker. That's not one of Stephen's best shots. The cue ball's flown again
Stephen Hendry,
off this
2.
bottom cushion.
Yes, some people may thought he might have been trying to pot that. He was just trying to get in behind the black and just caught it too thin. Not quite sure what Shaun played there, but it didn't work. Whichever way he decides to play this, if he plays the white off the side cushion, he could get the double kiss. If he runs through, he's sending the green towards the green pocket, so it's not easy to get him behind the black. That's the one he's played. It's going up towards the green pocket. He needs the snooker, and he's got it, I think. Maybe the swerve's on, but they've got to be careful about hitting the pink here if he plays the slow swerve. Sometimes the side pushes out before it comes back, and you might catch the pink.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it, this? Maybe he's playing around 2 cushions. He is. Cue ball's a worry when it goes near a pocket like that. More good fortune. Stephen again with a little wry grin on his face and muttering under his breath. No doubt about it, Shaun has had some very good fortune this frame.
Yes, a couple of inches away from the in-off, and that would have been a possible clearance. Got to hit this and get safe. He's hit it. Has he got it safe? The way things are going this morning, I doubt it. Well, I was right, there'd be a snooker in the frame, but I didn't realise it would fall to Murphy.
Seven. Well.
So a very tense first frame of the day, it feels. Just the kind of frame that both players knew they had to win. Shaun Murphy has gone on to take it, and he extends his lead over Stephen Hendry. The match is 10-7 to Murphy.
Worrying times now for the 7 times world champion. He had to no worse than draw this mini session of 4 frames, 2 each. He must take at least 2 of these remaining 3 frames before the mid-session break, because if Stephen Murphy gets to 12 in this little session, it's going to be almost impossible for Hendry to win 5 on the trot. It can happen, of course, because he's a true legend of the game, but he's got to keep him close to make sure Murphy feel a little nervous. Yeah, Stephen Hendry's previous safety shot didn't find the baulk cushion. So Murphy managed to play a slightly better one. Got to be careful, he might push a red over the right-hand corner hitting these 2 reds. There it goes. Should have had a look, because it was very close.
1.
Just a very slight hand of apology there from Stephen. Nothing too genuine about it after a bit of bad luck in the previous frame. Got to take it when it comes. The good and the bad luck, I suppose.
5.
And it's one of these flukes. Didn't really know anything about the red going near the pocket. It nearly stayed there.
Yes, it looked from the commentary position it was bound to push it over the right-hand corner. I presume Stephen Play to it thinner. Pink and black look out of commission at the moment, so there's a lot of hard work to do. Didn't get into that one. Might need the rest for this blue, even though he could reach it normally. There's reds going to be under his body that he may not be able to reach over.
I've seen more heartfelt apologies than that, I have to say.
I haven't seen what happened in the previous frame. I suppose he feels he deserves something. Good pot that, because he was in trouble. He needs to play another good screw shot from this red to get top side of the blue this time. And if you just go top side, he'll only play the slow cannon into the pink. He won't play it at pace. Unless he feels that he can bring the black out as well. So this is a key shot in this frame.
12.
Now he's got a choice. If he plays it hard, he's going to have to risk the reds moving the black into play as well. If he plays it slow, he knows he's bound to have the pink in play. So he's got to make his mind up. Does he just want one big colour in play, or does he want to risk getting both? I think where the balls are, I'd like to just bring the one ball in play. You're guaranteed to keep that in play then. There's the angle he has on the blue. It's perfect. Oh, does that tell me the pink pot's somewhere? If the pink's not potable, that is very,
70.
very surprising choice.
$18.
It's going to be hard for Stephen, especially with that angle, to compile a frame-winning break where the balls are. Something's got to give.
Well, has he forced himself to play the cannon onto the red and black to free that? He will be pushing the black on the corner, but that's the first time I've ever seen Stephen Hendry play a negative positional shot. No, he hasn't got the angle to play the cannon, so still got work to do. He's made this very difficult for himself. Unusual. Never misses a chance to bring balls into play normally. Well, Stephen's had a good look at the pink, and if it does pot, that's probably the reason. Yes, it probably just about does. That's the reason he didn't go into the pink earlier on when I was suggesting he should do, but it's still pretty tight. At first glance, has he screwed back far enough? I think so, just.
Didn't have much room to play with because it's so straight on the red. You can only screw back directly in a line, so it was kind of shot you can misjudge quite easily. You can just get to this. Little delicate shot here. Problem is now that, of course, the pink doesn't go on its own spot. No other spots are available. Referee Terry Camilleri has got to try and put it in behind this red, so I don't think the pink will be on now either. It's turning into a difficult break to keep going.
If the middle of those three reds pots, he may risk playing that because he can screw off that, and there's a slight chance he could bring the black into play, but he'll screw up for the blue or bought colour. Really has to get into this cue ball. I think the black will come into play because I think the red is kissing. I'll hit the other red half ball and that will flick onto the black. It's key to get the white back into open play here though. There's the cannon onto the black, and he's got the white in open play. Well played.
terrific shot. I'll tell you what, Willie, this is not really a Stephen Hendry-like break, is it? I mean, we know that he's one of the best at getting all the balls open, and he's not tried to here, unlike him, isn't it?
Never in the 20-odd years I've had the pleasure of watching him play, I've seen him play a negative positional shot, and he played one earlier on, and it's been costly so far. This is hard work, isn't it?
What's he seen there? Maybe just a little bit of his tip hanging over the edge, and can be a bit of a distraction. Maybe it's a little bit of fibre sticking out. So this is a real struggle.
36.
He's made, well, 730 career centuries, and this is the toughest 36 break I've ever seen him make.
Yes, the worrying thing is where the balls are now, they're slightly more open, and should he miss before he gets to 60, it's one of those games where the first 60 has been really hard, the last 60 points are going to be really easy where the balls are, so he's got to be very, very careful. One mistake here, and that is it. That's end of break, unless he wants to go with the long blue.
37.
And as he's worked so hard, Neil, to get this 38, I think the blue would be reckless. OK, might pot it.
Well, he might be tempted by the blue because of that red, which is there, if he pots it. He hasn't got to do a lot with this. Well, he seemed to bring the cue back for what seemed an age there before he let it go.
Stephen
And
Hendry,
you noticed
37.
that, Willie?
Yeah, and we were talking off mic, weren't we, earlier on, that his backswing seems very pronounced this morning. Look how, you just see how long he waits for this when he eventually draws it back. 1, 2, 3, almost 3 seconds. And I said just a moment ago, the first 37 has been really, really hard. This next 30-odd points could come very quickly. I'm surprised he took that on.
One.
At first glance, the black spot looks covered, so it'll go onto the blue for a moment. Unless you play a remarkable shot like that. He played exactly that, Neil, to hit the joint of the two reds, and that's the only way he could free the black spot. That was brilliant.
Nine.
It was a little gem of a shot, and it's opened everything up. It's completely opposite to the break that Stephen Hendry was faced with. But the difference was Shaun Murphy made that happen by playing the attacking shot.
16.
It was such a clever shot though,
70.
Neil, wasn't it? The fact that the pink's out of play, the blue's out of play, the black would have gone on the blue spot, which would have made it very, very hard to continue the break. And to hit the joint of the two reds to free the black spot was absolutely top draw. And you get what you deserve at this game, and it could be a frame winner.
$24.
And it underlines the point you made about how tough the Hendry break was and how much easier this has turned into. It's not over the line yet, of course, because the red by the pink will come into this. Shaun will need that red, so he's not clear.
32.
It's strange, wasn't it? If you said to somebody that you could get a 50-point start and you'd be second favourite, that's what this is one of those scenarios. Normally, on a scrappy frame, if you get a 50-point start, it's impossible to lose the frame. But in open play, the first 50 sometimes is hard work, the next 50 is quite easy. So it depends where the balls are on whether a 50-point lead is good or bad. This is one of those that it's not good enough.
Wants an angle on the black. Wants to be short of being straight so he can just play directly up onto the pink. Well, he may be thinking about the angle so much that he forgot the pot. We haven't seen that many shots along that cushion missed.
That is a reprieve. I'm sure Stephen Hendry felt that he may have missed a chance of winning this frame as well. He had a good chance to win the first. Needs to miss the kiss on the green. He has done. Excellent shot. Does the brown help? Very well played. Very good.
Well, the problem he's got here, he would like to leave that red next to the pink, but if he plays one cushion in behind the red, the black might move that red and pink. He doesn't want that. Just plays the one cushion escape from the black cushion. That would be the problem. That's why he's coming from a different angle.
I still think your scenario's on though, Neil, don't you? I don't know whether he's going to have to risk playing this slow. Okay, he might be in trouble at his next visit, but it's one of those times where you've got no option. You've just got to play it sometimes. It's a free ball, unless he wants to bring the blue into play, which I suggest is not really an advantage. He'll put it back. Yeah, with the points being virtually level, the blue's not really a concern for these two players. Stephen's thinking, well, if I let him go from there, yeah, he's making him go from there, Neil, which means now he's going to have to play this hard, isn't he? Because he's going to have to clear the pocket. That was 50-50, wasn't it, whether you have him back or not?
I guess so. Shaun won't be playing the red by the pink. That is for sure, because he doesn't want to move that one. There's a chance Stephen could clear up, and he doesn't want to make it easy for him. I think he's interested in playing off a couple of cushions here. I think two cushions, something like that, is what he'd like. Not at any speed. Now, he thought he might get a little snooker back.
And that's the reason they didn't play the red next to the pink, because at least now he knows that Stephen Hendry is going to have to play one more good positional shot to get that red into play. That, okay, might cost him, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 points, depending on which colour he takes. But unless he can screw into the pink now, he can't get this red out. Unless he can screw into the pink now. Unless he can screw into the pink now. What a lovely shot.
I think he had to pot the red thick to get that kind of angle, and the red just went in. Great shot.
Just shows you how clever. Very rarely do you say it's a clever decision to have either the balls replaced or play from there. That one decision has won in the frame, making him play from the secondary snooker.
Eight.
He can win the frame without potting the blue, even if he takes the yellow. He's just potted a red, remember, so he's going to have to take 2 yellows. The first frame, Stephen Hendry should have won. This frame, perhaps he should have lost it. So I think we're just about where we should be. But an excellent red onto red and pink. That was the key to this frame. There's no way he could get onto a colour to bring the last red into play, and he took the chance because he could have stuck on the pink.
15.
If he catches the pink full when he played that cannon, he would have stuck on it. He had to play the pink cannon half ball. This is frame ball. This has been a very strange frame, but that won't worry Stephen Hendry. He played a negative positional shot earlier on, and then he played one of his best positional shots later on. We've had 2 frames of contrasting styles, both of which have been very well played by these 2 great players. Stephen Hendry's icebreaker in this frame was only 37, but that little 30 at the end was absolutely top draw. He shares the first 2 frames, but he still trails by 10 frames to 8.
That's a pretty good break-off shot, that. And from Shaun Murphy. Put Stephen in some trouble. He's going to play some kind of a holding safety just to bring the cue ball down the table. So lots of tension in the arena this morning in this match. Chance of the first semi-finalist being decided in the next couple of hours.
Well, at first glance, he thought it hit the safety shot poorly. OK, he's put a red over the corner, but it's a lot more difficult from there than it would have been if he'd have kissed the edge of the pack or the blue. Well, it was a good pot, but he's not on the pink nicely. Played to kiss the red next to the black to open the black into play and hopefully stay on the black. He just lost the cue ball a little. He's looking at the pink into the yellow pocket, and I'm not too sure whether this is value, but the safety shot is tough. He's just forced into it. Well, that is another one of our great decisions from professional sportsmen we have here. Shaun Murphy's called a foul on himself, saying that the red, when it was screwing, coming back, hit his fingers. Congratulations and well played.
Yep, that's why we're proud of what happens in snooker. Similar to golf, isn't it? Players declare fouls on themselves. And you watch this again, you'll see what happened. And just the red just brushed his little pinky there.
Well, I suppose the only good news now for Shaun is the fact that he hasn't screwed back enough to leave a red on. Yeah, the red in the balk area is causing the problems here. Just wonder whether Shaun's thinking of taking this red on into the green pocket. Just roll it through, leave himself on brown or yellow. Should cover the pocket if he misses it. Long way away, and that's the reason the white's not travelled far enough to the cushion. Might be a tempter for Stephen Hendry, this.
Well, could be worse.
It looks like he's tempted again. He's got to miss the kiss on the blue. He's pushing the boat out a little bit for me there, because Stephen will take this on and probably play for the black. Strange choice, that one. I can agree with taking that red on if he brings the white back over towards the blue spot area, because at least it means that he can't play this with any confidence, but Stephen's decided it's a little bit too risky, which does surprise me. I can't believe he's refusing this red down here. Cannot believe it. He's not refused that kind of shot for a long, long time.
Oddly enough, the red up the table, it's not easy to get out of the bulk area here, with Shaun Murphy giving this one a long, hard look. He's got to make sure he gets the cue ball on the cushion. He's kind of lost the advantage, you see, that was the problem. Now Stephen can get the cue ball on the bulk cushion, and you feel that he's gained the advantage on the safety. This is the shot that Shaun Murphy has. Red on the right there is possible to go up and down. I think that's what he's going to play. He's got to try and avoid the double kiss on the red on the left of the table as we look. Which he's done. Come back with a good shot. Has he left the red on though? The middle pocket, is there enough of it sticking out? Must be very tight. Think it will go.
Yeah, the cue ball appears at first glance to be cannon into the bunch, so he's going to have to play a stun to miss that. He's risk going all out and use the pack of reds to try and get on the black. Not too sure at first glance whether he can get through to the red. As we see, Stephen's trying to use the pack there. He knew that he was kissing that front red and hoping to get on the black. He did get on the black, but unfortunately the red didn't go in. And Shaun's in a little bit of trouble here. I don't think he can get through the potting angle of the easier of the two. The one behind the black is a bit tricky.
If he can get to it, then he could play a little cannon on the red and the pink. Must be tight. Just get to it. That was handy. The black's not on its spot, so this is a little tougher than if it was on its spot. And if this goes in, it becomes a reasonably good chance.
Isn't it funny how you can fancy a player missing this kind of shot when it's not on its spot, because it's just not one you'd practice a lot. You know, you practice millions of blacks off the spot. But the fact that it's just off its spot always gives you slight concern. So much so, I think it's end of break. He missed the cannon.
Eight.
Well, I think he thought twice about the red in the middle. It's mighty difficult. Having another look though, maybe he's coming back to it. That looks to me a very, very tough shot indeed. If it goes in and he screws back on the black, we're all going to say great shot obviously, but it's dangerous.
Such an easy safety shot though, to flick off the pack and put the white tight on the cushion and cover that red in ball with brown and green. He's just coming round now to look where he needs the white, and surely that's the better choice. Well, he maybe feels he can't get on that cushion to cover that red in baulk. That's why he's having to play the red in baulk. Won't be playing the pot, but he's got to avoid the double kiss if he plays up and down. He's avoided the double kiss. He's got a good white.
Shaun Murphy, 8.
That's quite a clever shot, that, in the end.
He's left a plant, but the reds are far enough apart to make it a missable one. They're in line to the pocket now. From that angle it looks easy, and obviously there's a great chance he'll get it, but it is, I can assure you, a missable one. The reds, if they were very close together, you just couldn't miss it.
Do you risk playing it slow for the black, Neil, or would you guarantee the plant by playing at pace and perhaps risking losing position?
Close one, isn't it? I think you'd feel more comfortable just with the pot, playing it medium speed rather than very slowly. So what do? Do you compromise the pot by playing it slowly and try and win the frame, or do you just knock it in and worry about the next shot when it comes?
Yeah, I think that's the point, isn't it? Because he'll be careering into reds. It looks like he's decided to play it firm the way he's queuing. He's relying on good fortune. Has he got any? Not really.
1.
And that was the way to make that pot probably at least 8.5, 9 out of 10. Playing it slow, it became a 6 out of 10. So he had to take the choice there. And he knew that he got a slight chance of being on the colour. For a second, I thought he was going to be on the black. That does surprise me. But what a fantastic... That's the way he played when he won the World Championship, Neil, isn't he? He went for those all the time.
That is an awesome shot for me under pressure. I mean, I don't think many other players at this stage of the game would have possibly even thought of that. What a pot. He's staying positive, that's for sure, even when it is getting tight.
He's perhaps a little unlucky to have left himself using the rest, because it goes without saying he's more likely to miss it with the rest than without, but he's usually quite good with the rest. But this is a tough one. He has to screw back about 18 inches. 92% pot success rate with the rest, and if he's on the black, that is top draw. We often say on commentary, Neil, you get what you deserve. After potting that green, if he went on to win the frame from it, it's just about what he deserves. That was very, very good.
Well, I mean, there can be a tendency in this game to wait for the things to happen, wait for the winning line to come. Shaun is not like that. He's striving for it, continuing to attack. He's played 2 great shots in a row.
Isn't it amazing? All those reds on and nothing pots in the right-hand corner, so you might have to run around 2 cushions and go into them. It's strange, isn't it? You got all those reds on, Neil, and nothing went. He had to make something happen. And he's not out of the woods yet.
12.
No, the black's tied up. He needs to get on the pink if he can. Get the pink into open play. That'll go on to the blue spot. Chance he could get on the black. Playing this red into the middle pocket. Might have the angle to just find a way onto the black into the same pocket.
13.
Well, difficult now. Didn't really find the gap. I think he put too much into it. Bit of adrenaline flow in there, I think.
I can only presume he thought the white would probably push through that red a little bit more, but this is a really tough black. On and off the cushion for the red that's nearest the pink. This is not easy. Fantastic recovery. He's played some recovery shots in this break.
Twenty.
As Neil suggested, the pink was important to get into play, but he's still not out of the woods yet. Everything's in the way of one another at the moment. If he can get onto the red that's just below those 2 reds together half ball, he could play the cannon into the 2 reds, similar to the shot he played when he cleared the black spot in the last frame. Push both those reds out of the way and be on the black in the middle. But that is like really advanced, isn't it? Let's just see if he decides to play that. Let's have a look at the angle on the red and see if he can play the cannon into both these reds and free them away from the black.
27.
It's tricky because the one that's nearest the red he would probably catch too full. He's having a look at it, Neil. What do you think?
Well, I don't know if he has to play that shot, does he? We've got 3 reds all potting to the left corner. And he might find a way of stunning up for the pink from this, I think. The bottom one. And the reds are lined up, aren't they? So I don't think he has to play that personally.
Absolutely. I wasn't aware that that top one potted.
28.
He's worked really hard for this, hasn't he?
Well, he might think about nudging into him this time, if anything, just to stop the cue ball. Once again, he doesn't have to, but it's almost a natural into the couple of reds. Why avoid it if it's there? Played it beautifully, and the black spot is now free for the pink.
$34.
Still not got the best of angles. Now what's he going to find? Well, is he going to play a cannon onto the red by the black? That would be a pretty bold shot to play.
Yes, he's got his half ball if he plays it. Well, this is just getting better and better, isn't it? If he hadn't kissed the black, it would have been one like Stephen Hendry's in the previous frame, where Stephen freed the pink. He just flicked the black. That's just took a bit of pace out of the white. May play another cannon, black onto red to slow the white down again. This has been an incredible break.
Did he have to play that last shot? I mean, it's the red a little thinner, then he gets on the black perfectly. He's almost trying to, I think, show everybody that he's capable of playing all these big shots under pressure. I mean, he didn't have to play it. If he gets it, of course, it's a great shot. Now he's got a thin black. This is thinner than it looks.
Yeah, it's decision time. Does he play to go in and out of balk, or does he play the slowest one and cannon into the red? Looks like he's playing topspin, so he must feel he's going to hit the red and hopefully come back off it half ball. This has been a fantastic. This has been a barrage of very, very, very good positional shots. That was a good word, wasn't it? Barrage.
42.
Not sure about the word, but it's a brilliant break anyway.
$43.
Well, there's been 5 shots in this break that he can be very, very proud the way he's played them, because it's an excellent chance now to go 3 clear.
$50. $51.
No clear-cut chances for Stephen in this frame. Played a safety shot where he left a plant into the bottom pocket. That was his last shot.
$58.
It should be the kind of break that Stephen has inflicted on a number of players over the years under pressure. Sitting here watching it happen.
59.
I know there's been a... Obviously, I can never take away from the 147 because that is absolutely fantastic. But apart from the 147, even though Murphy's highest break is 137, for me this has been the best break. Apart
65.
from Stephen's 147, which was out of this world. This has been an awesome break.
66.
Absolutely agree in the context of the match and how close we're getting to the result. I mean, it's been a super break. Unlucky with the cannon, played cushion first to flick the red out. All it means now is whether he makes a century or not.
73.
It doesn't really matter, I don't think, at the moment. Well, that was a high-class break. Stephen Hendry concedes the frame and Shaun Murphy has kicked on again. He now leads by 11 frames to 8.
A must-win frame for Stephen Hendry, the last of this mini-session before the interval. 11-9, he'd still feel he can win the match. At 12-8, even the great Stephen Hendry would think it's going to be a uphill battle from there. This is a must frame. The little flick on the pack just took the pace out of the cue ball enough to give him a potable yellow, otherwise the cue ball would have run. Just watch this little flick on the pack, just slowed the white down. Got to be careful he doesn't play a push shot here. He's going to have to get the white out of the cue out of the way very, very quickly. Well, he's give that a push shot as well. Well, Shaun Murphy, I mean, honestly, with him screwing back, Neil, I don't know how it could have been a push shot.
Well, I think he's got such a good follow-through, hasn't he, with his cue, that I suppose he could always play a push shot, but I must admit, I didn't see it. I don't think referee Terry Camilleri did. Just brushed it, didn't he, on the comeback shot, screw back.
Must have had so much spin on Neil to still get the screw back, having hit the white twice.
Yeah, it's hard to get your cue out of the way when you've got a cue action like he has.
Nice to see Stephen Hendry acknowledging with a little tap on the table that he knew that he didn't spot it, the referee didn't spot it. Just there, yeah, absolutely. It changed position, changed the direction of the white, didn't it?
Stephen Hendry won.
Well, a bit of extra pressure there. Stephen furious with himself.
Well, he's took a lot out of him yesterday, the 147. It must have been such a thrill. And his little head shake there is just telling us that I think he's going to really struggle now to remain in this match.
Stephen really flicked at the table there, and he's angry about missing that black.
It's going to be very tough from the next black to get onto a red.
6.
We know these pockets are playing reasonably generous this week, but if you try and force balls in, he wants to be just off straight, so he can screw back off 2 cushions to try and get into that red in the same pocket. have a look where he puts the cue ball to see whether he's going to play that deep screw shot.
7.
Well, he can't get on that red now. He might have to go in the bunch, and at this kind of pace, this is 50-50 at this pace.
Looks very unlucky. Always a chance that could happen. He couldn't really hit it any
14.
firmer, I don't think. The cue ball would have swung off at a different angle and not gone into the reds. Very calm he looks, doesn't he, out there this morning, does Shaun?
The safety shot is not straightforward. Can't get back to the cork end of the table, so he's having to play what we call a containing safety shot.
Shaun Murphy 14.
Has Stephen decided to go all out attack? Is he playing this pot? Never a man to shirk a challenge, but that was dangerous. What was he going to pot after that? What he has done though is forced Shaun Murphy into taking this pot on and being perilously close to the top cushion. It's not an easy pot. Well, we were looking straight down the line there, weren't we? And it looked like he was aiming at the top jaw to us, but I thought it was just to the camera angle.
No, it looked like he was aiming to hit it full on to me. There's no angle on that shot, is there?
That's exactly where he's hit it, isn't it? Full on, he aimed it there and hit there.
It was about a three-quarter ball shot and he was aiming full on. Just lined it up wrong, maybe.
Well, what an aggressive safety shot that is. Really good. Once again at first glance, the red 2 up from the black. He can play that thin and go round. He's not quite had a look at that one yet, but that shot is on and he can get almost in behind the green and brown if he plays the one 2 up from the black. The only thing that's worrying him, if he plays that shot and leaves a long pot on, he's going to free the black. This is what he's looking at, look. The 1-2 to the left of the black, he can play on the left-hand side of that red, in between the gap of the red. This is the one he's playing, but he knows he's going to have to cover the red on the hole, because the black's going to be coming into play here. Nearly very good, but he has got the black safe.
Well, I don't think he'll mind that. Getting the black safe, will he? I mean, he's happy not to have left an easy red, I should think. Left Stephen with something to think about. And Stephen with a head shake. Doesn't see any kind of a safety shot himself.
The same gap is on for Stephen Hendry. He might even play the pot that this red. No, he's playing a different one, but he's playing the same gap as Shaun did. The gap between those two reds. Was it a little bit thin, but he's okay. The browns come to his rescue for the long pot. I don't think these two reds that are together are a plant in the left-hand corner. No, they're set far away to the left, so no easy pot on. There you can see they're not on.
Well, he can actually cue this, which helps. Got close to it. He's not left anything easy himself. A lot of power in that cue action, isn't there? That rattled violently in the jaws.
I'm surprised he didn't get the screw there, because he's played up for blue or pink and he hit it really good. It must have been a slightly bad contact there for the cue ball not to screw back. But he's been fortunate, he's not left anything easy. Well, this safety shot can go wrong. He looks like he's playing a thin safety shot around the back of the in between black and red. Very, very good. I know he's kissed the pink and blue, but he hit the shot nearly perfect. There's a couple of reds on for Stephen, both of which are very tough.
Almost hit it too well, which means he got the second part of the shot. The cue ball back. Terrific pot. Wanted to be on the yellow. He's playing the roll up behind the brown though.
Hendry 1.
The only thing that's in Shaun's favour here, even if he plays a bad shot and leaves a red on, it's going to be tough to score unless he gets pink back onto the pink spot. All the reds are covering one another really, apart from the two either side the black spot. So I won't be too concerned here. Just thinking whether he could rest up onto the one on the cushion nearest the middle pocket. But can he get across to that? He's looking to play a shot off 3 cushions, and I can't. At pace, he'd be opening those reds into. I'd like to leave those 3 reds where they were to make scoring difficult. I think this is the old hit and hope, is it? They were the only 3 reds I wanted to bring into play. I can understand him going that way for a single red, but those 3 reds were slightly covering one another. I'd like to have kept those safe, because he's now got 4 reds that are in open play rather than 2.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you're not really sure what's going to happen. You've got to try and keep things as tight as you can and not develop balls, or potentially develop balls that you might regret doing. He was in trouble though, of that you can have no doubt.
Six. 7.
Stephen Stephen now probably have to roll the blue in. I don't think he has an angle on the pink to get down to this side of the table again. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Stephen Hendry, 7.
That is a worrying sign. That wasn't particularly the poor shot, it was the red for position or shot.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his hand on the cushion rail. You can miss these, trying to hold them. If he's playing it firmer off a couple of cushions, he would have got it, but there was no red there on offer playing it that way. Shaun has gotten away with it.
1.
And it's turned into a very messy frame now, but a crucial one in the state of the match.
Yes, you'd have to think Stephen Hendry's either still in the match or virtually out of it, just on this frame. And anything above 20 here would be a good break. The two reds that are together, I'm sure the bottom one pots in the right-hand corner, so he can leave an angle on the next pink, just to drop in behind those two reds. That's what he's played. He's played just to leave a little slow run through to drop on the cushion. 6 hours of what has been wonderful snooker in this match. So this is not guaranteed to get nicely on the pink off this. Unless he can
14.
pop the top one of the two. I don't think that's on. He was never able to get close to the pink there and playing that shot. This is similar to one to the Stephen Hendry missed blue. It's a shot you should pot, but you can miss these when you're playing at pace, because he's going to have to play it at pace.
Well struck. Well, a lead of 30, 35 points is a big lead in the context of the frame. Red's awkward.
21.
He's only 24 points in front, but if he could put a colour with this, just a handy advantage to have when the balls are all in awkward positions. That's a wonderful curing shot. Well, that's as good as anything we've seen today. I mean, if you play this game, you'll realise to pot that with accuracy at speed from the side cushion is a very, very difficult shot.
And it's come absolutely perfect, just to roll it in at dead weight virtually, and it'll cover the pocket with the black should it not go in, and he's on the black if it does. It was a wonderful shot. And he needs another black off this red.
29.
Okay, Stephen, the last two frames he's just wilted a little bit under the pressure. He's played his best snooker for the last 3 or 4 seasons here this week, and just the last 2 frames have got to him. Needs a nice angle on this red so he can give the red every chance to go in. And he needs the black to possibly 12-8 in front.
36. $37.
Well, this is frame ball. He saw him glance at the scores. Well, I cannot believe he's considered playing that shot in that way.
Shaun Murphy.
We know he's
37.
want to play positive, but the game's never changed for me. If you've got frame ball and there's any difficulty about it, you see the ball go in. After all the good work, that was bad.
Well, if he goes on to lose this frame, Stephen Hendry will come out after the interval a different man, because Shaun, it's the wrong shot to play position there, my friend. Just took all the pocket, didn't it? Choice here, you can play the cannon. push it down over the corner, or you can play the drop on it. I mean, the cannon's perfect, but he might feel it's one way, he might not knock the red on, whereas he knows he can just drop behind it and now have a guaranteed pot. Hobson's choice here, whatever he fancies. Obviously gone for the cannon, it could go wrong, but it hasn't gone wrong. It hasn't gone wrong. Green to brown's going to be very smelly if he gets that far.
5.
Got to play on the black. And
6.
He's got the angle. Well, potential turning point here. This black was frame ball, and I think that Shaun Murphy is trying to show everyone that he's got no fear. But you have to play the game as it's intended. That was frame ball, and if you played to pot it and not get on a red, he couldn't have missed it, in my opinion. That's a bad shot. He's got to go all round the houses now, so he's been thrown a lifeline.
It's the worst shot Stephen Hendry's played
13.
in the match. You can't believe it. Unless he comes inside the pink and blue, there's about 2 inches of cushion he can hit near without risking the in-off.
If he comes inside the blue, that's the kind of shot. But it is tight. He may have to go the other side of the table, around the houses here, the other side of the blue. Well, I
You
mean,
called it right, Neil. It was the only way, I think.
15.
the only thing I don't understand is why he hit them. He stunned that. He could have rolled it, and if he'd have rolled it, or certainly hit the top of the cue ball, he certainly could have thrown it wider. But he didn't really get to the top of this.
Yeah, you called it bang right, though. It was a shot. Now, he played this with a lot of topspin, and this could be a good safety shot. The green up near the pink and black, and the white in behind the brown. Just keep an eye on the cue ball, what will happen to it when it hits the cushion. Just deads. That's with topspin. Very clever shot.
Stephen Hendry, 15.
Having been so disappointed not to get a good angle on the green, he's played a cracking shot there, and that's all done with topspin. If you play that with bottom spin or plain ball, the white would have been out near the baulk line. What a key moment in this match this could be. Hendry's still in it if he wins it.
Fortunate, I would say. Played it well, but Stephen with a wry smile knows that if that green kisses the blue, then he's back in. They're all big frames, but this is just one that, you know, should Stephen win it, I think he's back in the match. It's been a scrappy frame, but a fascinating one. Is he looking at the double? He is. And he reckons he's the world's worst doubler of a ball. So he thought he'd take a risk there. Shaun Murphy needs one pot. Obviously this time there's no way he could get on to the green. There's the double. Stephen's not known for knocking in doubles.
What pace do you play this at, though, Neil, if you're going to play the pot? Do you give the pocket every chance?
I think you play it slowly. I think that's the only way. Leave the cue ball down near the black cushion. You'd be unlucky to stick it. It's touching the cushion as well. I don't say he's fluked it as well.
Green to brown is not straightforward. When a ball's over the pocket, it's amazing how difficult it is to control the cue ball. The blue's in the way to play the natural shot off one cushion. So that's why he's playing the screw. This could go wrong. Got to be very careful.
Three.
Yeah, it was really, really tough. Oh, this is lovely, isn't it? You've got to play this slow, dead weight. If it goes in, you win the frame. If it doesn't, you possibly could go on to lose the match. This is horrible.
At least the blue's not on its spot. At least it's somewhere in the middle of the table, so he should land on it. Yes, great shot. Great shot.
7.
Well, this could be a real turning point. I mean, just the way that Shaun Murphy had this frame won, he was literally a certainty. If he just rolls the black in, Stephen needs snookers.
Well, there'd have been a few people lined out on Betfair there. They'd have bet 100 to 1 on Murphy winning that
18.
frame. He's given Stephen a lifeline. He'll now know he can win this match if this black goes in. One of the strangest frames I've ever seen in my life. Murphy should be 12-8. He's not. Stephen Hendry clears with a break with 25 to be just 2 behind at 11-9.
Shaun Murphy had a 2-frame lead overnight. He still got it. 11-9. 2 more frames he needs for a place in the semi-final of the Betfred.com World Championships. Hendry's shot, and he's looking at the red on the right of the table here. It's a holding safety. I wonder if he's left a red thin. I think he may have left that red. I'm not sure how much Shaun would like to play it to the right middle, but I think it's on. There's the red. Position on the colour is a problem, and of course the red is very missable. He's played this very positively, and he's continuing in that same vein as before the interval. He's unlucky. He's unlucky to finish there. Could have easily been on something much better. Well, is he going to play the green, or is he going to play some kind of a hide behind a vault colour?
Oh dear. I mean, the roll-up behind the yellow is the easy choice. The roll-up behind the green could go wrong. The pot green, after seeing what happened in the last frame, I'd be wanting to play something a little easier than this to get back in my confidence back.
Yeah, I think the roll-up's got to be behind the yellow to cover that red, hasn't it? If he plays behind the brown, he's got to hit the right side of this.
Brown.
Trouble is he might be leaving the pack exposed on the other side of the table.
Shaun Murphy 1.
And in fact, he hasn't even got the snooker. So he just prioritised getting cover on that one red.
Yeah, Stephen decided to play the roll-up into the pack. He was worried about the safety shot round 2 cushions in case he kissed the yellow, but oh dear, is this squared up? It has squared up. Is it the pink?
Shaun Murphy 6.
No damage done though, just the 6 points away. Yeah, the reason Stephen's refusing to play what looks an easy safety shot off the edge of the pack, because he'd be coming round 2 cushions and he'd have to miss the kiss on the yellow, otherwise he'd leave a pot. I still think that's probably... I suppose that red must be cuttable from anywhere in the balk area. It wasn't quite that easy, I don't think. That keyboard's about an inch away from where it should be, but no real problem. He's not gaining an advantage from it.
Foul and miss.
No.
Shaun Murphy 6.
I think the reason he's done that, the white was an inch further down, you know, and he's probably thought, well, I'll play just a fraction hour up the cushion, because the white's an inch further down, is it the same place?
I mean, he should be able to nestle into these. Just worried about glancing off them. This is where it was. And that's just about right now, I'd say. And of course, this time, got a clear shot of the red. So I gather, was he warm there? So referee Terry Camilleri, which would have been a reason to hit the red 3rd time. Otherwise, he loses the frame, which is a bit more spice and drama to the whole thing.
and as it happens, if he'd have picked it up by hand, he couldn't have made it a more awkward safety shot now for Shaun Murphy. Has he spotted something? No, just the roll up. Oh, can he get through to this red? I think he can get through to pot this red. If he can, that's the most careless safety shot Shaun's ever played. Must be very tight. It's just a case of there's only an advantage to playing the pot if you can move the red away from the black at the same time. So I don't think he can play with a lot of right-hand side. Well, he's playing it with the right-hand side, so he's going to have to play this slow for the pink in the middle. How careless was that last safety shot of Shaun Murphy?
Seven. Eight. Thirteen. Fourteen. Nineteen. 20.
Never have I seen Stephen Hendry play a careless shot like that, because he's now going to be faced. If the brown doesn't pot, I don't know if they can get all around the table. If the top red pots into the right-hand corner, he could screw back off the blue, but look at the angle he's left himself. Just having a look whether the top red of the bunch will pot. Yeah, it pots this red so he can screw back using the jaw of the pocket. Very clever shot.
25.
Well, he'd like to be straight on it. He might just be able to run through on the black, but of course the red is making that a little difficult. They're just above and to the right of it. It was a good shot on the blue, but this does not represent an easy shot. Is he on the black? If so, it's a beauty. Must be close. I'm not sure if he's gone far enough. His expression around the table tells us that. He's not on it. There, a bit of lip reading there for you. He said, "I'm not on the black," that's what he said. Well, words to that effect.
Well, having played such a careless safety, Shaun will be pretty pleased. He's only 13 points behind. Is there a 3-ball plant on? He's got to be worried that he'll be pushing a red over the right-hand corner here in playing this safety. Looks a nice target behind brown and pink, but there'll be at least 2 reds if he hits them thick, edge over towards this right-hand side. Oh, so much so he's trying to make sure he hit them thin and completely hit the shot terribly. That's the first real bad shot he's played all morning, apart from the missed black in the previous frame.
once again, not much angle, but nicely done. Like to cue ball to roll an extra ball there. Very straight on this. You see him having a close look at the angle. I'm not sure if he's got a red this time that can pot. That's easy to play on if it's straight. Trying to make an angle with this. He's done well to get there. That was almost straight. Now it's close to the side cushion. Still a good shot though. Just got to play another little
6.
dribbler. This red in. These can be missed, playing them very slowly. Good shot.
7.
Oh, this is the one, isn't it? He's left himself an angle on the black where he can't get onto that loose red that we can see will pot at the end of the pack, so he's going to have to play into them. It's not too bad it's in the middle of the 3 reds, it's directly above the black, but as long as you play it pacey, because he'll be pushing, with it only being a small pack, they should split. See, with it being a small pack, they're always going to split it. In fact, there've been a few more reds in the pack. Hitting that red, he wouldn't have been able to push
14.
the white through there. Just look how easily it's gone through them, because there's only 4 or 5 reds in the pack. If there'd been 8 or 9 reds in the pack, that white wouldn't have moved,
15.
hitting the ready way he did. But excellent shot, should be a frame winner. Should be back within 1 frame.
$22. 23.
Well, Stephen Hendry's a great champion. He's played some wonderful snooker here at the Crucible.
30.
And I think he just sensed just a little bit of weakness from his opponent from that last frame. Frame that
31.
Shaun Murphy should have won. He had frame ball black, but he played it onto the next red when it was making the shot more difficult. Stephen's picked up on that. And he knows now that he's in the match. Wants another red, even though he's queuing awkwardly.
38.
Shouldn't be a problem. Very much game on now, you feel, just picking up all the vibes of both players. The minute Shaun Murphy is as if he's trying to prove to everyone that he's going to play all the shots come what may in this session, which is all very well, and some of the shots he's played have been so positive, but still got a match to win, and it's not always how you do it, it's just about actually getting over there, over the line. And it might be a bit of a scramble for him now. We know Hendry's playing well. The 147 yesterday would have given his confidence a huge boost.
47.
And the best I've seen Stephen play for a couple of seasons this.
Just a quick reminder to people who may have not heard this fact before, Stephen Hendry's not won a tournament on the BBC for over 10 years. 10 years, can you
52.
believe that?
$53. $58. $59. $66. $68. $71. 75. $80.
Stephen cueing very well. The last 7 or 8 shots have been pretty much meaningless, but he's made a lovely 80 break, and Stephen Hendry is within 1 frame. Shaun Murphy 11, Stephen Hendry 10.
Stephen Hendry on the comeback trail, having won the last 2 frames from 11-8 behind, breaks off in frame 22. Just 1 behind.
Just waiting for a few spectators to return to their seats in the front row. Just a little bit of a few people coming in to see this potentially brilliant match come to a conclusion. Who knows, could be in for a decider yet. What a shot. What a shot. He's on the black, he deserves it. Stunning cueing that. He's anxiously looking, as you saw in that replay, as to whether he's down for this black. He just about can get to it, I think. Maybe a touch of left-hand side. Just to swing it a little wider. How do you get enough a shot like that?
8. $9.
So this is the shot. Top spin. Pretty firmly played. The cue ball should bend from left to right here. He's playing it that way. Might play on the loose red, actually. Okay, so he's waiting 1 for that shot. Just could tell that he was going towards the bottom of the cue ball.
Yes, I think he'd like to go into the
16.
pack from this right-hand side, because he would push the 2 reds over the side corner. If he went into them from the other side, he won't necessarily be pushing those reds over the corner pocket. So it's key here to get a half ball angle on the black. Doesn't matter whether it's high or low, take your choice. He's played it low. Now going into the pack this
70.
side, even if he hits the front red of the pyramid, he will be screwing back, and the 2 reds that are to the right of the pack, he'll split them nicely, but he'll also push those 2 reds towards the corner. So this is definitely the right side of the black to go into the pack. He's got 2 chances here to get on reds, as long as you pot the black.
Shaun Murphy
He's
70.
bound to push the red over the corner there.
$1. $8.
Feeling the pressure slightly.
$9.
There's a lovely gap in the pack, but there's 2 very easy reds to get on, and now Stephen's back in the match. I just wonder whether he's going to be aggressive and play that joint in the, whether that little gap is above the black. That's the joint he'd like to go in, and there he's gone in. Very unlucky, just didn't get enough spin on the cue ball. He's now thinking to himself, well, I had 2 loose reds, but that's the way he plays, isn't it?
16.
In my humble opinion, that's the way you should play. But just didn't generate the spin. Normally that white would spin again, but it just took the pace out of it when it went into them. He hit the joint absolutely perfectly.
Well, now he's playing this into the green pocket. Oh. And maybe thinking again, it does look difficult. Not only the pot, the angle, but it's close to the red and also cueing awkwardly.
It's almost a shot to nothing though, Neil, isn't it? If he gets that gap and gets on the black, the only red he can leave is the one he's going for.
Well, he got so close to it that he left it, and I think that's got to be a little bit unlucky.
Well, watching it, when it set off I thought it was sitting near jaw, and the longer it went on I thought it was in. This is one of those where you have precious little idea where the cue ball's going. All you do is play this at a pace. If you kiss the green, it's okay, you're on a baulk colour. If you miss the kiss, you're hopefully playing at a weight to get on the black. This is not a hit and hope, but it's a shot where you don't have much idea what's happening. He's kissed the green, you see, so now what's going to happen? He has no idea. He's on the black, but the way things are going, well, he's put his hand up to say sorry, but I'd be saying sorry after I pot the black. This is tough.
And Stephen had the head shakes there, and I can understand why. He maybe thinks this morning's session has gone against him slightly. Certainly in the first frame of the day, Murphy got a very crucial fluke black. But like you say, Willie, it's almost say sorry later, because this is a missable one with the rest. It's got it though, so it was lucky, and it may prove very significant.
8.
Yes, you can see how disgusted he is, but once again, you know, he's played a pot that was dangerous, left the pot on. You've got to take everything into consideration in this game.
He's probably thinking about, you know, going into the reds and didn't get on one. That's all like a contributing factor. Everything builds up in your head when you're sitting there. I think we both know that.
If what had happened in frame 20 hadn't happened, I'd be suggesting that this is definitely a frame winning chance and should win the frame, but I'm just not sure of his timing at the moment, Shaun, after what's happened. He really does need to knuckle down and make a 40 or 50 at least from here just to get a bit of confidence back. It would have been drained.
16.
He's blessed with such
7.
a wonderful cue action and temperament that a lot of things don't affect you, but things like frame 20 will definitely affect you.
Twenty-four.
The pink will pot, and I'm sure that if it goes onto its own spot nicely, he won't be too worried, but he'll be slightly putting out of commission because it goes on its spot quite nicely. It's just a case of whether I can't quite tell whether when it's on its spot. Oh, he's got a kick there. Oh, he's got a nasty. That's widened the angle 3 or 4 inches. He'd have been dead straight on the pink without the kick. Just watch how this bounces and throws it to the left. And it flew off the cushion as well. Everything went wrong there. Never nice when you just rolling these in just virtually dead weight, but it's straight in the middle of the pocket. Now, does the pink pot in the pocket, he's just potted it in there, because that will make the next shot very simple.
31.
Yes, it does, I think. So this is nice and straightforward now, just a series of little stun shots. He should win the frame from here.
$32.
And this is how you want them.
Can you take them away, please?
Just you know, a few series of shots into the full pocket where the pink spot is. Lead of 33 points and counting. He should be okay.
38. 39.
Red and either black or pink. I'm sure this time he won't make any mistakes.
46.
Stephen was unlucky in this frame, went into the pack, didn't get on one. He took on a red. The only red he could leave was the one that he played. He got so close to it that he stuck it. And Shaun putted the red.
47.
Arrived on the black, didn't know how. This is the split. I mean, he didn't get into the two reds, or the gap between the two reds as we thought, but it was still a pretty decent effort. Could have easily landed on a red there. This is what's happened, and he's now got to win the last 3 frames, Stephen.
53. 54. 61. 62.
I suppose someone like Shaun, who's with his wonderful technique, and if you're ever going to need something to fall back on, it's now. It's the way to hit the ball as well as Shaun does. He's just a beautiful striker.
68.
When you're under pressure, you have your cue action to back you up, really.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And he needed an easy chance, Neil, didn't he? Having
69.
lost the previous 2 frames, especially the way he lost the first of those 2. And he needed an easy chance, and this was a very, very easy chance to score heavily. The reds were spread, pink and black on the spot. And he can certainly relax a little bit now. OK, Stephen Hendry still in the match, but has to win the last 3.
76. 78.
He could even make this into a century now.
81.
'No century, but Shaun Murphy will be a very relieved man. He did his best to let Stephen Hendry back in the match, but he replied with an 81 just at the right time. He's now 2 up with 3 to play at 12-10.
Thank you. Frame 23, Shaun Murphy to break.
Shaun breaks off, but the dreaded red ball going up the table too far. Don't quite know why that happens, because you get the cue ball where you mean to, but somehow the red just seems to drift up the table. And Stephen can pot to it. Can get to this one. The rest of the shot is fine. Maybe called it a little thick, but for years that's happened. Never quite worked out why. Stephen's got a chance straight away.
One.
Well, I mean, if it's going towards the black, then it's hard to imagine how he could actually get a shot at the black. However, somehow, he may have a shot to the middle pocket. Here it is. I mean, maybe a half-ball kiss on one of those reds would have been handy. Didn't look a natural. Now look at that. That will pot in there. And if he doesn't play this, any other safety shot is difficult. No, no, no. Straight away you could see it was at the near jaw.
Stephen Hendry 1.
And once it starts there, it's not going to go up from there with any nap that's on the table.
Yes, never in. It was a blind pocket as well. He couldn't kind of get the black in his eye line in the pocket. This is not a great chance yet, because even if he gets the black, he's going to have to come all round the table, I would think. I don't think he can get top side of the black here, can he? Well, he's did his best.
1.
It's all on the next positional shot. If he gets in and around the black spot, there's 4 or 5 loose reds. Could get at least a 40-point lead here. And it's the most vital frame of the match. I think you might go for the blue first, because it's easier to get onto a red to get top side of the black. Playing the black is going to be leaving a red at distance. And that's a strange shot for me, that. A lot of players would have played the blue there. I'm not saying it's the wrong shot, because he's one of the best long potters the game's ever seen, but under pressure these become a little bit more difficult. Very, very good recovery. Needs the white to slow down. Has it slowed down enough? There you can see he can't get onto the black, but the second prize has arrived, the pink. And it is second prize.
Oh, I think one of the reds might have covered the one at the bottom of the pack. And that red has covered them all, would you believe?
15.
3 reds all lined up, and the red seems to be blocking them all. It's hard to put that red where it would do that.
It was a really tough shot on the pink he tried to play. It's played like a forcing screw to bring a red out of the back of the pack, and boy, that's unlucky. Just look at that red, it's just coming the way. Oh, has he found a shot he can play here? Surely he's not thinking of cutting that red in. Can I presume he's just playing the very, very thin safety shot? Stephen Hendry will be a very relieved man to see that Shaun Murphy only managed to get 15 points from that last mistake. But he's playing an excellent safety. Mistake number 2. Has he got away with it? Not left anything straightforward. Obviously the red in the yellow pocket is the easiest of pots, but he'll be stretching over reds. I don't know whether he can do that without using the rest. Yes, he's going to have to use the rest, which makes this obviously a slightly more difficult pot. He's usually very good with the rest, as we've said before, but these are very twitchy times at the moment.
So a second bite at the cherry for Murphy, who really would like to get this match over now. Doesn't want it to get a little twitchy, as it's got the potential for doing. It's been such a close match. He wants to put it to bed as soon as he can. He's got to play a good positional shot here, though. Well, don't tell me he's on that bottom red, because I'm sure he played into them. He may have played around one cushion over on the left, the other cushion and across, but he played it so firmly. He just might have gone and tried to go into those. Either way, this next red's tricky along the cushion.
Yeah, he planned it as a shot to nothing. The black's there as well, so he can play a black at distance.
4.
If he kisses the yellow full ball, he can play the brown as well. The black's obviously the easier pot, but he's either after going to go round the back of the red that's to the right of the black, or just play it slow. But he's not bound to get onto a red here. And the red he hasn't got on.
A tricky one now he's faced with. Bit unlucky.
11.
Again, he continues to play the big shots under pressure.
Well, they can get on blue or bought colour here without doing too much with the cue ball. Well, has he got another nice kiss? Can you believe that?
12.
Well, in fairness, the shot was played really, really well, but very, very fortunate kiss. But the screw shot was a strange one for me, the screw shot. He looked like he could run through 2 cushions and get on the blue or bought colour, and he's used the pack and he played it brilliantly. And all of a sudden, the side that was on just drifted against the net. Still, as yet, not in prime position. And still not. Cannon on the red next to the pink, trying to hold for
14.
the pink, but that can go wrong. So the slightly more difficult red with the rest. It's amazing, Neil, isn't it, when it comes to be the most vital frame of the game, how everything's never straightforward.
No, but Shaun not playing as if he's under pressure. He's, as I say, not taken a backward step, has he, today? Every shot he's played has been full-bloodedly played. So there you go. There is a sign of pressure. And Stephen with a really good chance now. His rest play had been superb today. Didn't see him missing that one after the ones he'd knocked in already.
One. Seven.
Somebody of Shaun's class, very rare would you have 2 chances with balls in open play and not get above 50 start, but they were awkward. He kept putting good balls and kept getting himself in a position where he needs to play another good shot.
Yep.
And the fact that he's moved all the awkward reds now, this little break of Stevens is a little bit more straightforward, but he's under the utmost of pressure. 2 behind with 3 to play. He's going to have to play his best to get back in this match, and this is a chance to win a frame.
I think Stephen has played for a gap between pink and those 2 reds. Either that or the 2 reds
14.
are a plant. Quite well judged in the end.
$50.
And getting the black on its spot makes this break a lot easier. Just got to be careful he doesn't leave himself hampered when he stuns this white out on and off the cushion. Which he hasn't done.
$22. 23.
So he's back in the frame, but he has a great
29.
chance to win it from here. I think the two reds are not a million miles away from being a plant, actually. He might not need them. He might be able to
30.
get on the top one directly into the left-hand corner. Just think the reds potentially could be made. Now touching, or just about touching. If he wanted to, and he wasn't sure about the plant, he could play the nudge here on the two reds. That's what he's done. Quality shot.
37.
Virtually needs the three reds with colours to leave Shaun Murphy needing a snooker. And where the reds are, you can't really see that being a problem. If it wasn't the frame to stay in the match, you'd say it'd be a really good thing here, but it's a different pressure now.
45.
He knows any shot he plays could be his last shot in this World Championship.
46. $53.
Red colour, red needed.
$54.
Well, he would like to have been able to play this without the rest. If he could have reached over and potted it, but he
61.
didn't come far enough with the cue ball. Still think he will get it. He'll know this is frame ball. No need to play on a colour. Murphy was in twice at the start of this frame with good chances, and that would have been to clinch it.
No heroics with the cue ball though, just a slow roll. Give the pocket every chance to take the red. And this is a good performance from Stephen Hendry. Many times in the illustrious career he's had to produce when his back's against the wall. He's done it again in this frame.
Yeah, he's looking at the scores, 34 the difference now, so even if this doesn't go in, it's two snookers. But really, it doesn't matter now, it's frame over. So this is
69.
turning into a real thriller. Wouldn't rule out a 12-12 decider here. Under pressure, a very good break at 69 from Stephen Hendry. Shaun Murphy concedes. 12-11 Murphy.
Stephen Hendry in one of the biggest frames of his career, certainly in the last 3 or 4 seasons when he's been kept very quiet as far as tournament successes are going. This is a massive frame even for him.
Was that the right shot? It always looks reckless when you miss. It's just that, you know, it's as if he's not accepting the pressure that's on him here. I'm not under pressure, but you just have to is get over it and play your shots accordingly. He got out because Stephen doesn't like the red along the cushion.
Yes, I don't blame players for taking shots on, because that's how good they are now, and when they're playing attacking shots they expect to get them, but play attacking shots when you've got a chance of getting on a colour. There was an easy safety shot there, and he definitely pushed the boat out for me there.
Well, once again, he knew he was going hard into the pack. Hit them a bit thick. It's always very dangerous. Difficult opener though, this one. Playing a screw shot back up the table. Oh, great shot.
How come his long game, having 4 years of not being able to pot a long ball, his long game this week, Neil, has been incredible. It's been as good as anybody's.
I mean, I don't know who's helping him with his game now. He's been through a couple of coaches. I don't think Terry oversees his game anymore, although they're great friends and he's always in his corner, you know, but maybe he's doing it alone, or he's got, I think Chris Hendry helped him for a while, another leading coach, so whatever he's doing okay. And when your long pots start coming back, it means your technique is there.
Do you know something? I think he tried to force over for the black there.
Stephen Hendry, 3.
Where he was unlucky, really, when Shaun played the miss that he did and split them all up, he put the black safe. It made the break very difficult. I mean, I don't think he's... Yeah, the pace he's played it, you know, I don't think he's just played for the pink. I think he's missed it and played for the black.
Well, I mean, just saying about his technique. His elbow jutted out a bit after hitting that one, I thought, so maybe the technique for that one shot was gone. It was a little bit of a forcing shot. Pressure affects everybody. Now this is Hendry's shot. Now the elbow definitely juts out there. Doesn't go through in a straight line.
Fabulous spot from Shaun to get in, but where pink and black are, he'll do really well to get above 30 from here. Clever little shot that, because it means opening a few more reds, gives him a few more options to keep getting top side of the
6.
blue. Well, he's coming round now to have a look at this red to think about dropping on the black. That would give him a chance to win frame and match in one visit. But do you fancy potting the black down the cushion at this stage of the game? He may take an alternative. The angle's there to get on the black, but Neil, would you want to play the black down the cushion? Do you think he'll play for the blue?
I wouldn't want to play on the black. I think the blue would be the one. It's probably a more difficult shot to play up for the blue, is it? But if you don't finish right behind the black, then it's not nice at all.
And if you get top side of the blue, it's tough to get his next positional shot. So this is a really crucial point in this frame and match. He's queuing too low to get for the black, so he must be playing for the blue. It must have been a lot more difficult than we thought.
7.
Yeah, but I suppose the way he's been potting these long blues, he probably feels he can get this, but pressure gets to everybody. Just potted a red like this, hasn't he, into the same pocket.
The hours of practice you put in on shots like that doesn't really make up for how when you have to play them under pressure. He couldn't have hit that shot better. Still needs another good one though. Got to get top side the blue.
13.
Do you think he made sure? The red nearest the pink spot and the red to the left of it, both pot in the left-hand side. So this is just a case of getting the pace of the cue ball right. That looks pretty good. Doesn't have a good angle though. It's going to be so tough.
16.
This is how it's why you must have big colours on their spots, because this is so much harder to break build when you're only working on blue and bought colours. He's going to try and find a gap off either red he plays. Anything above 30 would be good here.
Oh, that's a nudge and a half on the blue. I wonder if Stephen feels that every little nudge and flick has gone against him here.
It's interesting to see Shaun just look at the black there. I don't know whether he's going to play into the black here, is he? Yes, he's just looking to see if he can get an angle on the black off this red. For me, it's the right shot to play on the black, but it's a horrible shot to play. We'll know in a few moments' time whether that's a good one or a bad one, because he's not got a great angle on the black.
Well, I think it was a very brave shot to play. Stephen, I think, gave him a little double take there. I don't think he thought he would settle for knocking in reds and blues, but I don't think Shaun is thinking that way. He is straight on it, which is not perfect, but it makes the pot better, I suppose. And then the next shot is fractionally more difficult. Now then, this is the biggest shot of the match for me.
30.
If he gets a stun run through on the black, then you feel he'll go on and win the frame and match. Well, that's an absolutely stunning shot for me. Well, I thought it was very brave to get the black into the game, but he did it, and now he could reap the benefits.
I think it's the only way you win a frame at one visit, Neil. You won't win the frame at one visit playing blue and bought colours. But the red he played there, we looked at each other in commentary. I must admit, I didn't fancy it, and you said he'd get it, and he did. Good call, because now
38.
he's perfect.
It reminds me of the way Steve Davis used to play and used to talk about years ago. He used to say, well, got to play as if it means nothing when really it means everything. Well, I think that's exactly how Shaun Murphy has played today. He has not refused to take on the shots, even though you can sense the pressure that's out there, the tension. But he's played all the shots still, and all credit for that. Okay, we think that earlier on he played one shot too many when he played from black to a red when he only wanted the black, but he has just continued with his belief that that's the way to play.
44.
You can tell the adrenaline's going now, though. He's overscrewed that by 4 or 5 inches, so he's going to have to play out for blue or bought colour again. Stephen Hendry can only hope that
45.
one of these positional shots at distance goes wrong, and this could go wrong. The blue's the easiest shot. He's not looked at it, because green to red is going to have to play at pace. Not bound to get perfect on this. This could be Stephen Hendry's last chance. But if he gets perfect, you would expect him to carry on and win the frame now and the match. That was a beautiful shot.
48.
So far, this has been nerveless snooker from Shaun Murphy. And that's easier said than done at this level. Stephen's played brilliantly. 1-4-7 break. We'll never forget that. Played for 7 hours, just over, of what has been high-class snooker.
49.
Yes, whatever happens, should Stephen Hendry go on to lose this frame and match now that it looks like he possibly will, what a breath of fresh air he's been again in this tournament, Stephen Hendry. He's absolutely put his heart and soul into it. Made people realise he's still capable of winning the tournament, and the way he's played, he's definitely capable of winning tournaments still. But he's 2-3 shots away now from going out in this quarter-final clash against another former world champion in Shaun Murphy.
56. $57.
This to put him 60 in front with 59 on. Surely he won't miss this one. This has been snooker of the highest quality. Both these players have scored very heavily when they're in the balls. They've both twitched a couple of times and missed balls, as you would expect in the World Championship. But when it came to the nitty-gritty, Shaun Murphy has just proved the strongest. This break, where the black was early on, has been top draw.
Stevens undone the waistcoat. It's over. He's conceded in his mind, but we'll get a generous round of applause. I think it's been a really great match. And a little bit of drama today, a bit of spice, because the odd shot's been missed. Always adds to it, doesn't it? Snooker was never an easy game under pressure. Shaun Murphy looks as if he's just playing in the club here.
80.
If he goes on 81. To make a century, we'll be just 2 short away from the championship record of 68. This will be 66 if he gets one. He must be buzzing inside, because he knows he almost let this match slip in frame 20 when he played black to red when he only needed the black. It could have been costly. I'm sure he won't make that mistake again.
89.
But this has been fantastic. Shaun Murphy's possible 7th century for him in the Crucible this week, or this year I should say. And the time
96.
when he had to get one.
$98.
Fantastic break. There's no better feeling than making a century at the Crucible. It's an even better feeling when it's to win the match.
105.
Ever the sportsman, Stephen Hendry. You'll see him congratulate Shaun Murphy in a few moments' time. The legend that is Stephen Hendry may not get many better chances to win the World Championship, because he, in the latter years of him being able to play consistently well. But this has been a match of the highest quality. Both players have played their part in what has been a fantastic match. There, the congratulations from Stephen Hendry. Shaun Murphy playing some of his best snooker for quite some time. Goes into the semi-final. He beats the 7 times world champion by 13 frames to 11. What a great match.